Grand Rising, everyone. Hopefully, everybody's having a beautiful morning. Going into the afternoon now. I'll share this out a little bit. Probably pretty early for most of the people that watch me, but what's up, Mike? What's up, Mike?
What's up?
How are you?
Trying to make it.
Yeah?
What's up?
How are you?
Trying to make it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you see my videos today?
I actually haven't. For some reason, they're not popping up on my news feed. I gotta go check it out.
Well, here, let me explain. I figured some shit out. I figured it out, actually. Not some shit. I figured the shit out, okay? So, I'm going to put together the remittance process, the post office, tribal, immigration, the Morgan Silver Dollar, all of it. So, what we are supposed to do is get our trust, like we have been doing, establish the trust, like get the foundation for the trust. And then, after you got your foundation for your trust, then you want to start creating your tribal entity. And you need to get the foundation laid for that. You have to have your charter, you have to have your constitution, your bylaws, your governmental structure. You want to get all the things. And after you got all the things in place, so you got your trust structured and then you got your tribal structure, then you want to go to the post office and ask for registration under your tribal status. And that is how we get access to the remittance process, because really immigration and indigenous are the one and the same, because the immigration is what the remittance was made for, but they're both the same. Like they're one and the same, essentially.
That's crazy.
And then, so the Morgan Silver Dollar, that was minted from stolen land. They minted the Morgan Silver Dollar from land that they took from the indigenous. And then whenever the land that they took, they said, hey, well, in compromise, we're going to pay you guys in Morgan Silver dollars, X amount of money, right? Well, what ended up happening is just as soon as the ink dried on the contract, they said, nope, just joking, and ripped that shit right back away from them. So the Morgan Silver Dollar has a lot of significance within our culture, within the world, really. But all of those debts are still owed. They still owe all of us. And if you're wondering how indigenous ties to you and you're like, I don't have no claim to it. First off, you can claim you have the self-determination. There's the self-determination law, which allows any of us to claim it. How do you claim it? You submit a birth certificate. You show any form of ID. And that will qualify you to be indigenous. You get to claim that status.
Yeah, cause actually I am, like, I don't know what tribe I'm from, but I know that my grandfather said, we are indigenous, and
Because we all are. We're all from the land. We're all from the land. Period.
I'm in a tough spot right now financially. Like, I'm in my room that I booked last night, but literally I'm like when I tell you I got kicked out of my crib, like, I don't know if you seen that video where the constable came and evicted me out of my apartment.
I didn't.
Yeah, they came 5 deep. The dude covered up my Ring camera. and everything, and just they came in there with their guns drawn.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I've been trying, like, this lady who hit me up on I think it was on Instagram, right? She showed me how to go about basically getting the lease agreement securitized. She said to pretty much go to the deed of records, um, and you give them this affidavit. I think they're supposed to notarize and everything, and somehow securitize it. And you gotta once the lease agreement is securitized, then you send it to the trustee of the company that you're renting from, and the trustee that's like for the company I'm renting from, they're located in LA. But when they did the UCC filing, they did it in Texas. So, and there's so many different trustees a part of that company. Like, I think it's like about 20 of them. So it's just a lot to actually kind of like understand. And I was supposed to be getting on Zoom with her, and she was supposed to be breaking it down for me. But she's going through the same shit. So she's like, yeah, we should have our permits back by Thanksgiving. I'm like, oh, I really hope so. Like, because I mean, I'm trying to grasp everything, but I really, man, right now, I'm like, I done ran out of money pretty much. And I booked my rental car, and it's like, it's $194 for 4 days, and then plus the security deposits. I don't even have that. So I got to scramble and figure out what I'm going to do to come up with the money that I really need to get a rental car so I can be able to do DoorDash for the time being.
Well, I have a couple ideas, but nothing that's going to help as quick as you need.
Yeah.
Trying to think. I mean, if I was you, I would get on this process that I'm speaking of yesterday, which I'm pretty sure you've already got your trust stuff.
Yeah, I got my certificate of trust now.
All right. So you need to structure your tribal, or if you want, I can send you the application for mine. That way you don't have to go through the entire process. Or, I mean,
Cause I really need, like, right now, and like I sent out, like last week, I sent out the paperwork. With Lee Dens was explaining those three forms: the 8822B and the 56F and the 2848 POA. I filled those out, and I filled those out for my T-Mobile bill for it to have it where you're in receivership. I sent that out, and I'm just waiting for them to process it. But they're probably gonna cut my phone off like today or tomorrow or later today. So I'm like, I'm caught between a rock and a hard place. So
don't lose hope.
yeah, I'm really
Do you have your EPS account set up?
yeah. Remember,
So why
you
don't
helped
you
me
get an invoice? Why don't you send them an invoice? Like,
T-Mobile.
no, well, I mean, sure. The post office invoices
Yeah, see, I don't even know how to do that
that are connected to your finance account.
because you helped me set up the permit. I got the permit now. I just haven't set up the caller service because it's like
What state do you live in? You're far from me,
Nevada.
huh?
In Nevada.
Yeah, you far. I can put you a invoice in the mail.
Can I
For
say something really quickly? Excuse me, I apologize.
Sure.
All right, Mike. There's another young lady who's in Nevada. She didn't have a phone. I got her up and running in, I don't know, 15 minutes. If you don't have to worry about them shutting your phone off, because I mean, in the meantime, I can just get you a number with service, and it's usually free. They usually give free samples of cell phone service providers. Usually give like a free month of service. So I mean, if push come to shove and your service gets cut off, just reach out to me and I'll guide you where you need to go and be able to get some free service.
yeah, I know they got the government phones.
I'm not speaking of the government phones. I know what you speak about. I've been doing cell phones for 20 years. I'm not speaking about government assistance programs. I'm talking about just the trials that almost all service providers now have.
Okay. So it's through
So
T-Mobile.
I just need to know if your phone is unlocked or not.
Oh no, my phone not unlocked. I think I still owe a little bit. I think
It sometimes it can still be unlocked. It depends on the phone you have. You're using an iPhone.
yeah, I have an iPhone 14.
Okay, what you want to do is you want to go to settings, general, then about, and then you're going to look for either SIM lock or carrier restrictions. And then if it says no restrictions or no locks, then you're good to go. I can put you on, even if they shut your service off, I can put you on in like 15 minutes and you'll have another number to use while you're resolving your T-Mobile issues.
That's awesome.
I helped out another young lady on here. You can ask her. I think her name Goddess, Light Goddess.
Yeah, it's saying my SIM locked.
Okay,
Yes.
so yeah, there's some other service providers. I mean, if you're running on limited on funds, there's this other service provider. I think you can get unlimited. I think it's like $9. A little activation special. I think it's $27, and they give you 3 months of service with their unlimited plan. So it's not something that you really need to stress about. Everything's gonna be okay. I know you're in a situation where it feels like you're in a crunch and you're in a bind and you can't really think, but I mean, just hearing you speak about the phone thing is the only reason why I even came in here. I was just listening. But don't stress. I assure you, everything will be okay.
Why don't you hit up the Bureau of Indian Affairs and ask them for an emergency cash assistance?
See,
That's
I didn't even
available to
know about
everyone.
that. I didn't know nothing about that. Yeah, I definitely could use that right now.
Can I reply back to the phone situation? I have T-Mobile, and what I did was I sent them a remittance transfer, and I filled it out just on the front, and I certified mail it to their corporate office.
Yeah.
And my phone been on for 3 months, and I haven't made a payment yet.
You see, I should have did that. I should have definitely did that. But like I said, I did the receivership method with that Lee Downs explained. We're filling out the 3 forms: the 56F, the 28 POA, or the 2848 POA, and the 8822B. I mailed that off like
No,
last week.
but see, that
But
takes time. I'm
yeah,
talking about something that you can actually call them up and just question them and say, "Hi, is I'm the creditor or the debtor?"
okay.
And I got them to tell me that I'm the creditor, and I even got another representative to tell me that all she see is credits on my account. So then my question was, well, if all you see is credits, then why are you charging me a fee that has already been paid at the time of the signature? And I
Hmm.
pressed them. I was on the phone literally for 2 hours and 40 minutes pressing them about that, to the point where they put our whole account on hold for 3 months now.
Wow.
Yes. So we're to the point where it's still on hold. And what I'm questioning them about is, hey, I sent you a remittance transfer. Here is the certified mail receipt information. And I call out those numbers on the recorded line. And they automatically switch me over to a manager. And they say, don't worry about it. We'll keep your account on hold until we figure it out. And they've been still figuring it out for the last 3 months.
Wow. I gotta
So
try
you
that.
have to let them know that, hey, I know what the gig is up, okay? I know what's going on here. I am the creditor. You are the debtor. Why are you charging me all of these fees that you already got paid for? You have to press them. You have to let them know that I know who I am. But you are to deceive me.
Yeah, because they talking about I owe them $700. I'm like, they talking about my bill been passed due for 85 days, and I'm just like, that can't be right.
If I was
Do
you,
that,
I would write the.
you're still on
What happened?
of your
Yeah, you breaking up.
true bill statements. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, but yeah, you have to step up and boss up and tell them, hey, look, I need to speak to a manager. When you
Yeah,
start being like that, then you start getting things happening for you. But if you just like, oh, okay, I owe this, oh no, don't beat around the bush. You got this. Just call them up and start questioning them.
yeah.
And then if you
I feel
got one
like
of the
doing that
last
right
bills,
now.
just fill it out. Just fill out the remittance transfer and just send it to them certified mail, and then call them up and say, hey, look, I just sent you a remittance transfer. The minute you say remittance transfer, they're going to transfer you over to a manager.
Yeah. So they did send me my bill in the mail like last week. I'm in Vegas right now, but like where I was living was Henderson, which is right next door to Las Vegas. And like I'm strapped on funds right now to be able to move around. Like I'm supposed to get a rental today, and I probably got like less than $20 to my name to even, like go and send everything off. But I don't mind doing that. I gotta figure out. I know I can use
Did
I
you
got
hear
stamps
me?
too. I got stamps. I know I can pay with stamps to send it all too.
Did you hear me?
Wait, what did you say?
With the BIA,
EIA?
the Bureau of Indian Affairs, they offer financial management, they offer financial assistance. You have the right to claim emergency financial assistance through the Bureau of Indian Affairs.
All right.
An emergency means quickly,
Yeah.
because we've all been tricked, we've all been fooled. And as long as everybody continues to go round and round in circles with those stupid processes that we're talking of, not saying they're stupid, but I'm so sick of beating my head against a wall, doing the wrong thing, like just going in circles, filling out all these forms and just getting nothing back.
Yeah.
We have to establish, you don't have to establish your sovereignty to get the help, but you establish yourself as tribal. You start moving that direction, because that's when we get true jurisdiction over ourselves. And that's when we get access to the real remittance process. That's when we get access to all of the things, because the remittance process was created for the immigration, but immigration and indigenous are one and the same.
Yeah.
Every single Morgan silver dollar was a debt that was owed by the United States. Every single Morgan silver dollar that is still out there is still a debt that has not been paid. If you need help, I would probably do both, but I would go that direction, because you're going to get long-term help out of the solution that I'm suggesting. I'm not saying that the other one's not great too, but we have got to start moving in this other direction instead of fighting this useless war. And the definition for indigenous is from the land, having a tie through ancestral ties from the people that walked on this land before us. So we are all indigenous. They have tricked us. They have taken away our heritage and completely made us forget who we were for a while.
Yeah.
Absolutely, we are all indigenous. Everybody in this live right now is indigenous. Look up the definition and come back and tell me I'm not.
Yeah.
How do you claim it?
How do you claim it? Through the
Yeah.
post office. So first you get your trust and you structure it.
When you say star, when you say structure, what does that mean? Define
It
that
just
for us.
means that you have your trustees, that you've got all of your things, that you've got it all set up.
Okay.
And then after you do that, you want to set up your tribal entity, which
Okay.
you want to get your charters, your bylaws, your constitution. You want to get all the things to set up your tribal entity.
That's
Yeah.
that's where I think some of us need some direction and guidance on, like, Where do we read? Where do we, follow the footprint, the steps to do that?
So you want to get your, I mean, I can go more in depth over it over the next couple of days. I'll make more videos and stuff, but you want to set up the way that your government's going to be ran, because when we start establishing ourselves as indigenous, we are self-governed.
Do you have that in any of your forums? Whether it's Telegram or anything like
I
that.
haven't posted any yet.
Okay,
But I will.
cool. But you have the material. You just got to disseminate it per se.
Right. I've got to take all my personal information out of it so I can share it with everybody. Because as it stands right now, I have my documents that that I submitted. I also have, if everybody doesn't want to go down this route, I do have an application for my tribe where you don't have to go through all the stuff. You just join
We
my
join your
tribe.
tribe. We get to join your tribe.
Yeah, anybody can join my tribe.
I'm bringing my own teepee.
But
Oh, so it's a number to call to actually request it. Like, y'all see, I'm looking on the website right now. It says the Bureau of Indian Affairs. As the phone number is 202-208-5116.
Good morning.
Grand Rising.
Amen. I got to jump and do some landscaping work, but I'll hit you offline. Star, it was a pleasure catching up with you. Thanks for that. Stay care.
They're one of them located in Albuquerque, New Mexico. That's so funny.
Look up the legal definition for indigenous, please. I'm sorry, not the Webster's Dictionary.
Yeah.
Or take it back to Bouvier's definition.
Oh my God. I bet.
So, and there's also something called self-determination, where we all have the right to determine our status. Like, they've just confused us so bad that we didn't. I know me personally, I never thought that I could claim being indigenous unless I had some sort of connection.
Yeah.
Which I do. I went through the Dolls Row. But if you look at all of that stuff, I mean, so many of our laws and rules and stuff were created to take more and more away from people who were still holding on to their heritage. But you go through the post office to register being tribal, and that's how you do it the proper way. Going through any other route and you are just recontracting. But the post office is there for us. That's the treasure. That's the real treasury, the trust, that's the community trust fund. Because we know in the original game of Monopoly, it was actually not called Monopoly. It was called the Landlord's Game. And the way that game went is that everybody started out as a banker and everybody had money. And as the game would progress, they would, as people would start losing all their money and stuff, when 3 or more came together, they could invoke what was known as prosperity, which would completely shift all the rules to the game. What it did is it took everybody paying for everything out of their pocket. It shifted it from that to the community trust fund. I have my own peace treaty because I'm not fucking with them. But I have had some pretty big results over the last couple of weeks. I've been pretty silent on it because I don't know what I can say and I don't know what I can't say, and I don't want any trouble. But
So there's basically no private lives. I mean, I know I'm probably just making it up because I don't do any. I just join. Is there such thing as private lives?
What do you mean?
Yeah, like this type of whatever we're doing, like
Oh, you mean like a
like
private? I have a Telegram group that I post like the documents and stuff.
yeah.
It's
Well,
the
I
same
mean,
name as I have the
that
same
would
name on all my social media accounts.
yeah, that would be great. But like, there's some of us, and I include myself in case I'm not the only one, but I'm sure I'm not the only one. I've been harassed, like you have no idea. Like all my private info, it's been exploited, misused. I mean, you name it. And the saddest thing is that I have gone to all the levels of, I guess, law enforcement up to the government, and they always give me the runaround. In one of those cases, I even told somebody from the government, and they just got, I guess, the info they needed, and then they hang up on me.
So
So I'm like, I guess I'm pretty much on my own.
you should definitely go to the couple videos down. It's probably a few down now. But this man named Panawa, he is actually going around and putting every state on notice at their highest level of court. So he's serving all of their Supreme Courts and their attorney generals and letting them know that their courts are acting unconstitutionally. And he's trying to get as many people as possible to fill out affidavits and mail them into one of the PO boxes so that we can prove how unconstitutional these courts are acting and make them have to answer to it.
Yeah, and trust me, I'm not seeking like how do you say that, like monetary gain. It's more like I just want to be the left the fuck alone because I'm tired. I know there's a lot of people like us. That they're doing the best they can to help others, help each other to grow. But these people know how to come to us, hit us, make us pretty much, get our energies drained. And I just like had it, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna stop stressing about money. I'm gonna stop stressing about stuff like this because that's the whole point for them. Like, put me on that situation where they can just extract all the energy that they can get from me, and I'm done with that. And so far, it's been like over 2 weeks since I stopped caring about like, well, I mean, I have to still make money, but I'm not like, oh my God, I can't pay this bill. Oh my God. It's more like I'm just allowing myself to get divine guided, and that way, it's easier for me to think better, to manipulate the energy that I have in order to create a better reality for me. And it's working, but it's a slow process at the moment. I feel like the time, to get together and start like doing shit together, I think it's already around the corner. We just need to, I guess, somehow plan because
Well, it's
otherwise,
already in the works. It's already happening. There's 4 weeks until he takes it to the highest court in the land.
well, I'm glad to hear that because trust me, I'm tired, but I'm patient. I know for sure I'm patient, and whatever it takes, I'm gonna take a break because I had a surgery coming up, so I know that's gonna give me the peace at the moment, from when that starts to just like relax. I guess I've done enough
You all
from
want to
my
know
end,
something? I
and I'm
found out.
happy.
I found out I found out last night that the atomic the atomic numbers on the periodic table. So how is it the letters are linked to numbers in ancient Egypt, like Egyptian, and they translate out to things like, hold on, I find this fascinating, and this actually does go with what you were just saying. I promise it does.
Or is it numbers or corresponding to letters?
No, it's numbers that correspond to letters. Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay. Yeah, it's a coding of some sort.
Yeah, it's gematria.
Okay. Hey, Blue, what's your name? Blue? I don't know, something Blue. Listen, so I understand what you say when you say that you want to be left alone, okay? But the most important thing is there's a public side and a private side. You've got to learn how to live in the private and operate in the public. You don't want to leave the matrix. You got to learn how to work in the matrix. If that makes sense, okay?
Oh, trust me, if I was public, I would have exposed all the crap, that I
No,
found out.
you're
But
not
I
hearing
know
me.
that would probably put me on like, the rope on the neck.
You're not hearing me. You have a public figure. You're a public entity. You've got to learn how to operate that game piece in the public while living the human man in the private. Yeah? I hope I didn't confuse anything.
You didn't confuse me.
Yeah, that's different. Just remember, public and private don't mix. So you got to learn to distinguish one from the other.
I wear as many hats as I need to. It just depends on what day it is. I wear the postmaster hat. I wear the trustee hat. I wear the beneficiary hat. The executor.
The trustee,
Yeah, I mean,
the beneficiary.
Sorry for like getting a little distracted. It's because I'm trying to get my pets to go potty. But I'm trying to listen to what you're saying. I'll get to you in a minute. Okay, give me a couple of minutes.
but yeah, guys, we definitely need to be moving towards this other avenue, and I think that it's great what Tanawal's doing, as far as going around and putting all of these states on notice at the highest level. That's what needed to happen. But then we can't stop there. We can't just put it all on one person to
Right.
save us. Like, I don't trust. I mean, I trust what he's doing because I've read a lot
Who are we
about
talking
him.
about?
And
Trump?
huh?
You're talking about Trump?
No, there's a
Oh.
gentleman named Tanawal. He's actually going around. He's got 33 of the states already served at the highest level of court. He is putting them all on notice and letting them know that their courts are all acting unconstitutionally. And he's trying to get as many people as possible to submit affidavits on this case. That way we can prove that they are all acting unconstitutionally.
I've read or seen somewhere where the courts have been shut down, something like that.
Yeah, they've been shut down since 2008. Well, our
Right,
courts
somewhere
haven't
around
even
there.
been real since we haven't had a judge since like
Well,
17.
I understand. I comprehend that too. I realize that too.
2008, I've heard, is when they like.
Yeah, I'm not too hip on that.
Okay, I'm
I
back.
think that we have to definitely do our part, like somebody just said in the comments, and that is by declaring our indigenous status, basically, and being able to have the ability to self-govern.
I also joined your Telegram.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess you kind of like bring me hope because I mean I thought that it was gonna continue, and that came to the point that I didn't even want to vote anymore. Because like, what's the point of voting if nothing changes? But then again, hearing this, makes me feel hopeful that things have to change. Because obviously, it wouldn't make sense. We're doing all this work for what if nothing changes? So.
Well, I've been, just like you were saying a minute ago, I have been divinely guided through this entire process. And I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I didn't know shit about the post office when I started this shit. It's not like I just had this divine love for the fucking post office, okay? Like, I didn't care
Well,
one
the
way or the
post
other
office
about
is
it.
a bank too,
Oh, they were the original, they're the only bank.
right?
No other bank is solvent. They are also the Supreme Court.
Uh huh.
But
Greetings,
Grand Rising,
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. One thing I wanted to share with you, I'm going to reach out to you because I really want to connect with you. But an update, have you checked into Eon on YouTube ever?
Yeah,
I don't like.
know
I
already.
really don't like following other people's processes. I really don't. Then I am. I usually
100%.
don't follow
No,
my thoughts whenever I do that.
oh, absolutely, absolutely. He's just the only one that I've ever seen actually get what I've been trying to express to everybody is about when you create the trust, you always create a parent trust. And because that way you're always protected in another trust, and it's the elevated trust. And Eon has done this, and he's actually created a parent trust that people can join into, and it's a $300 billion trust going against the United States. It's really something deep. He's really good. He sits there all day long and interacts with AI and challenges AI and makes AI actually go better because he's studied this stuff. He's out of Florida. He's annoying as could be. I mean, trust me, he's annoying as could be.
I was just reading the comment that said that.
It's a great,
I'm not
it's a
against the
great
guy.
filter though, because it beats the algorithm to strike his stuff all the time. If you could get through the annoyance and get to the actual heart of his message, he's right on. He's something that is right up our alley, right up your alley. You know what I mean? It ties in with everything. You're just higher elevated because you've already done you're on a postmaster general level. You're on a private banker level. He's on the private banker level. He's just been doing this for a good 10, 15 years, challenging Florida because they screwed him all over and all that. But it's just something that I think would be a great insight for you to just view. And not that I'm promoting him or anything. It's just he's the only one that's caught me because I've been driven by this, by divine download, never ever getting the information or reading it. I have to go find it and seek it for validation and confirmation to catch up with what is actually being divinely dropped down to me. And it sucks because I'm always a day late, dollar short, being kidnapped, taken away from all my studies, and always just trying to catch up with the confirmation and the structure that man wants. But I know, and I can validate everything you say and speak of. Right on the money. You are right there. One question I did have to ask of you that, just some I do philosophical. I do ponder.
I hate
Okay.
that word.
What is it? Philosophical?
No,
Yes, I do philosophize.
Oh, okay.
To ponder. Can you be part of more than one tribe at the same time?
I don't see why not.
I don't either, because it's all done in unity. But does that cause you to be like, well, does that cause you to be of many nations?
I mean, wouldn't you just be dual citizenship?
But basically, of many nations. I mean, if we're going to go tribal, let's speak tribal.
Are we talking
right?
about micronations?
Well, no, just like if I joined on with her, does that exclude me from being able to create my own tribe or go with the tribe? Because I actually come with the message from the tribes of the Fiji. I was counseled by the highest chief in Fiji to explain all this. It's just in 2019, when I came back from Fiji, I was literally kidnapped. You could go check out my YouTube. Not to promote it, I'm sorry, I apologize, but Kevin Lombard, 1613. I went there to actually witness the letter of sovereignty to be exchanged to start all this off and put us on the correct path. You have to start at the foundation, you know what I mean? Correct it at the beginning and then carry everything out afterwards, because then we are recognized sovereign. We are put out there. It has already been freed for us. Now it's just for us to break free and obtain the sovereignty that's being left there. And it shouldn't be. This all works on basically salvage. This is what this is all about: shipping, salvage. The postmaster at the post office is all about staking the claim. Because you have to do the power of service to be able to give notice, to be able to stake your claim and be able to put your rights on record. When you start to see, and then it's the bank, because somebody has to manage it. And in the beginning, there were no banks. There was the post. And that's what sets the foundation. A beautiful movie is Kevin Costner's The Post.
Yeah, I
The
love that
Postman.
movie.
And when you get this later on in life, it's like this shit just clicks. This shit just clicks. You are a postmaster general. If you have a mailbox and you are receiving, you are the postmaster general of that box, post office box.
Okay.
You get it?
Yeah.
Because you are receiving mail at the time. You are the Pony Express. You are on your horse. You know what I mean? And then when you got to deliver it, you're not the deliverer so much, because we also pass it, because you're just doing the relay race. It's the many hats that you wear. So you create the letter, change hats, throw on the letter, become the postmaster general, deliver it to another postmaster general. Then it gets sent off on its way. You know what I mean? It's now.
And the post is your home,
Yes.
your castle. And
Yes.
people are like not
You are.
putting their entire family on the post office boxes. No, you're supposed to put your entire family. It is your post. That is your abode, your home.
Yeah. Your receivership. You know what I mean? Your end port. That is your port of receivership. You know, you are on a ship, you know, but are you your own ship, or are you just, you know, an inmate or a shipmate to someone else's ship? So the idea is to get off someone else's ship
Hey, you
and
want to
get
be
on
your
your
own
own
ship?
ship and
You want to be your own
sail, and you control your own sails. You control your own sails. Is that SAIL or SALE? You know, I mean, like, you know,
Etymology.
you are the wind, you know?
You're the wind beneath my wings.
Yes, yes. So I just wanted to come on and say
Hey, what
hello.
was your YouTube again?
Pardon me?
What was your YouTube again?
Kevin Lombard,
Hold on.
1613.
Is this all one word?
Yes, Kevin Lombard, 1613.
BARD.
Lombard,
Oh,
which that's the town I'm from, and that word in its own has its own history. Lombard, the Lombard warrior, if you look it up, that was the earliest bankers in Italy that
is
came
this what
out
it
of
is? I'm gonna
Rome.
put it in the chat.
Excellent. Here, I will.
Is it?
I'm just trying to do two things
Okay.
at once.
Yeah, right. My bad.
And I've tried, when I talk, I pay attention to you guys. I don't just, you know what I mean?
Just talk and not look at the chat.
Well, that's what I'm doing now, and that's why I stopped
Right.
talking.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm not functionable like that because,
You got to
I put in,
multitask, dude.
right. Well,
Okay.
because
no.
it's a lot of times it's not me talking. When I talk, I'm all messed up. But when the Holy Spirit comes in me with divine truth and knowledge, it can flow. Is it me? No, I don't take credit for none of this. This ain't even my system. I just live in this world. I'm not of this world. I'm just stuck in it. You know? So we're trying to figure out how to navigate it, you know what I mean? As the kings that we are, you know, as the captains of our ship, of our vessel, because our body is our vessel. I apologize, Starseed. I'm not here to take over your...
You are good. You're good. You're not bothering me.
All right. I just wanted to reach out. And that me apologizing is a direct result of the PTSD and the legal abuse syndrome that has been inflicted on me, to where I'm trying to work my way out of it. And that's why I'm trying to make my presence known by coming out and speaking with people.
I do the same thing. It's okay.
Thank you for saying okay, because there's this thing that always wants me to be humble, because what this does is really humble you, and you have the one that you're seeking is within you. There's no process. The process is you. You have to do the process. They created a whole world on it. Giving notice, due process. That's you talking, conversing with the world. Do you tell them what you're doing? Technically, it's okay to hurt somebody if you tell them you're going to do it, because they have the right to defend themselves. Not that it's right, but they have a right to defend themselves at that point, because you gave them warning and notice. Notice of, that's why we have trespass. And that's really one of the powerful ones. But I really do. I'm going to connect with you, Starseed, because I've been locked up in and off for the past 4 years, and you're my other half, my connection of what I'm looking for.
Absolutely. I will be posting lots of videos over the next few days, guys, really explaining this process, because I think everybody needs to get started on it. If you haven't already gotten started getting your trust together, that's an essential part. That's the first step that has to be done. You cannot pass go, collect $200 until you have that part completed.
Yes. Trust is key. If you don't have trust in anything.
YouTube. You ever hear of Dolores Cannon?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes, I love her.
And also,
Sorry, just got off the subject there.
if you look up the postal forms and you go to postal form 25, you end up on the trust form. But also, if you look up PS 25, what came up for me was Psalms 25. And what I got from that was
No way. No way.
absolutely.
Just yeah, just. But the last time that they kidnapped me, I ended up 5 months. They said I violated parole when I had actually completed parole because the original contract was 1 year, but they had claimed it was 2 years. So they just thought that they had me. So I've got them on this huge claim coming. Huge. So I ended up going to Mississippi, bought tickets to go to Fiji. IDOC issued out a warrant valid for only in-state only, came and picked me up in Mississippi. They picked me up for trespass for being in a field at a church worshiping by myself, trying to find peace from them chasing me. And then they dragged me all the way back and ran me through the system. I filed everything. I went to the parole hearing, which was completely unlawful. And they just told me I was nuts. They're like, you're nuts. You speak this stuff. You are so nuts. They're like, go to prison. I ended up going to prison, had to do 2 hunger strikes just to get out of there. Got out of there the day that they let me out. I was like, they tried to keep me there till the train. They're like, you can go back to your cell. I'm like, no, we're equal now. So yes, this is all coming to a head, but that has kept me out of my studies and made it really hard.
Well, will absolutely help. I'll be helping. Mostly what I'm going to be doing is posting it within my the forums in my Telegram group, and I'll post videos and how-tos on my TikTok.
Amory,
My TikTok, it gets overwhelming. The amount of
it
people
does.
that reach out to me that need help because everybody desperately needs help. And I get
Yes.
that. I truly, truly get that. I promise I do.
Yes. For some odd reason, have you helped people in the past? Obviously, yes.
Yeah.
Now has that gone on, and have they been able to accelerate the spreading of showing what you're doing?
Well, I didn't figure this part out until recently, like very recently.
Because that's some of the problem is people are taking process and running with it and then leaving us behind who are trying to, accelerate and spread the process.
Listen,
And
I understand that there is more than enough that I would ever in a million lifetimes ever be able to use because we create it.
yes,
So why would I be selfish with something that was freely given? It's not mine
especially
to
something
hold.
that is so easy. Once you figure it out, the world is free.
Listen,
They become the creators of life, and the creators should be one to create other creators.
well, honestly, like I was scrolling through TikTok this morning and like every video I came up on for like, I don't know, a good hour, it was like the readings, the spiritual readings and like the collective readings and all of that stuff. But it kept saying having the same thing. It was
Same
telling me
message.
like you passed the test,
Yes.
like you pretty much it was saying like you shared the knowledge, the key. Because I truly believe this is the key, guys.
It
Everybody's
is.
been doing these processes and everybody has gotten their structure. Well, not everybody, but people have been doing this process for a long time, structured themselves very well, yet still having no luck because we were
Right.
missing this crucial piece of evidence, like this crucial part.
This is why they attacked me coming back from Fiji, because I was really coming straight from the very top, the source of what a tribe is, what a chief is, of how to act sovereign and responsible. For it's in their DNA. It's from the beginning. It's how it all started. And they're trying to find their way back just as much as we are.
Mm-hmm.
And you really got to, I mean, this is so big. This is Christ. This is, you if people would only get it. We're talking about heaven on earth, everything fully, all your dreams answered. This is just, when you get to this level, it just doesn't stop. Now it's all up from here. You just start growing and The pineal gland, just your insights to humanity, to being able to make change, to be able to do things, to be able to function, to be able not have resistance, to be able to have it to where you are part of something greater than you. You're a tribe. Are you going to be a chief or just an Indian? You have to decide that. But it's the people that'll decide if you're a chief when you step into that role. It's just like the king that don't want to be king is the greatest king ever, because he don't want that role. He's not got an ego of power, so he's going to give everything back to the people. And that is what this is all about. We have to build our tribes all over again. They took them away from the Indians, the indigenous. They took it away from them. Now we have to restart it all over again. For we're attached to the soil, attached to the land. For you were born on it. If you stayed in that spot for 7 years, you are part of that land.
Yeah, man. Greetings. If I might say something, brother, respectfully. Yeah, man.
Indeed.
Greetings, one and all. Indigenous, never friginous. Yeah, man. So, the tribal thing, it sound good and everything, but we got to remember one of the biggest division is tribal war. So being a tribe is cool and everything, but the differences is what we shouldn't look as something bad, but still embrace each other as one tribe. If we try to be like, we different from other tribe, then it's gonna cause tribal war.
Totally
So
agree. I agree with that
what I
100%.
say is, instead of saying we're from a tribe, we say we're from the Now tribe. So
Indeed.
the Now is where we live in, and the Now is where it's always going to be until you're no longer in this Now. Understand? So if we are the Now people, and we represent the Now tribe, and right now, the only difference is you have the first Now, and then you have right now, and then you have from now on. We
Beautiful.
stay in the Now. So being a being of the Now, it's very important to remember yourself. Now, how can you remember yourself when you was born a baby? The key in that is to remember when you were one. So by you remembering yourself from when you were one, when you reach 9, you already know what you want to be in this Now. You get what I mean? Because your memory is connected to the what you call it, the biblical card of life. You get what I mean? Because we all have an experience, but do we remember ourselves? Do we know ourselves? Do we, know how to identify ourselves? What we race come from and all kind of things? Do we? So when we
I think
ask,
so. I think I do.
when we ask ourselves, like, are you do? Greetings. Where are you from?
I'm from Kentucky.
Okay, you don't know yourself. So
Well, I'm from the land, if you want to
no,
get
no, you
technical,
still
but
don't know. I'm not being technical. I'm not being rude. But because you said you know yourself, I was really expecting you to give me the correct answer. Not a answer that showing me that you still don't know yourself.
ooh, you got me.
No, you got yourself because you chose to say you came from that place. Why? When the Kentucky, before it was named Kentucky, what was the name then? So you're saying you're not related to the other name?
I don't know. I don't even know what the other name is.
Okay, so that's it. So you're it's like,
I mean, other than
how can we
another
say?
state.
No, listen. If you're saying you're from a word and a corporation, you cannot be of power. You're limiting your power.
I am. Like, that's who I am. I
Yeah,
am.
but where are you from?
Everything.
Nah. See, that's like you showing me that you still don't remember who you are. So you still got
Well,
some work to do,
I'm from
sister.
everything. I am from Stardust. I am from
No,
everything that is
no, no,
here,
no, no, no.
that
That's not how
exists.
you describe where you're from. You see how earlier you said Kentucky? Because you were trying to describe to me where
What?
you
Okay.
think you're
What
from.
verb? What are you looking for? A noun, a verb, an adjective? What
It's
am I?
not about that, sister. Listen, it's like you telling the truth. I asking you where you from, and you should just tell me the truth and stop beating around the bush and tell me where you think you want to tell me. Just tell me the truth, where you from.
Correct answer, my mother.
Yes, it gotta be your mother and your father, because it's not just your mother. You came from your parents, didn't you?
Well, yeah.
All right, so that's the first part of knowing yourself. When you really give credit for what a credit is. Cause yeah, your parents did such a good job, and you go and give their glory to a state that wasn't even here 200 years ago. You get what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
that's absolutely so correct.
right. So your mom and your dad is where you come from, and the other place where you come from is the first now, meaning that you're first now, the first time you've been in this now, or you're conscious of this now, which what happened when your parents came together and brought you here in this now. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you're off your parents, but you're also off this now. But you're not claiming it, you're claiming a state. So that's how state come and get power over you, because you gave away your authority. And that's how you have to be sovereign, because the sovereignty comes from your parents knowing who they are, so the kids gonna remember who they are. You get what I mean? So you first say you from your mother and your father, big up, boom, boom, boom. That's you know yourself. You could come on the platform now and tell people you know yourself. Because if you don't know where you come from, then you don't know where you're going. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So big up to the people who remember where them come from and know say it is not just a regular place where them call country or towns or whatever. The last time I checked, these places wasn't having any kids. It was you get what I mean? Yeah. 1 second.
Hey, I got a quick question, if that's all right.
Yeah, of course.
I was setting up my EPS account and I was following. I forget the brother's name, but I was following him. He said that you could deposit international bills of exchange into this account. I actually went to the postmaster where I live at to see if I was able to do that. At the location I'm located at, they don't accept them. I was wondering if anybody else has had any success doing this.
Why don't you send it to the payment processing? Like, there's different PO boxes and stuff that you can send it to, and plus you would probably have a better chance of it going through if you send it through the mail, because you're paying
They
the
have
postage.
the post office has a payment center.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What would it be called?
So you should check into their business accounts. And maybe you should get you an EPS or a post office business account. So go
I
to
have
Business
one.
Customer Gateway
Yes.
and get you one of those accounts there. and go to the enterprise payment system and set you up an account through that?
Right. I've set up the EPS account. It's active.
Okay,
I
so
was just
there's
unsure on how to.
wherever I don't know the address off the top of my head, but they have on the website, I'm pretty sure, yeah. Whenever you go to EPS and you look up deposit instructions, you can get the information. It's like I don't even remember. I can't think of it right now, but it's fairly simple to find. And you just go to the deposit instructions, and it provides all that information for you.
Okay. Well, thank you.
You're welcome. And that's the only way that I've ever like used anything to deposit into my EPS account. I know you can do it in the store sometimes, but I would rather just send it through the mail. It seems to work better that way because you're handling it in the private. And
Are you using?
I've also seen that anytime you have to have their service for anything, you're not handling business on your own. So I like to do everything. Like I like to mail everything in and do it that way. That way I'm handling it myself. And I use the blue post office boxes.
The blue post office boxes?
Mhm.
Oh, the when you drop in, right?
Right. Because, and that's not because they get separated. Like all the mail ends up going to the same place. But whenever you put like handle it with the clerk, you're not doing all of your own process. Like you're still needing help with it.
Yeah, makes sense.
So you're not ready. We got to do it all on our own.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Journey, guys. Everything is a journey.
Absolutely.
We may not
Absolutely.
know how. Just try. You may not get it in the first try, but if you just keep trying and you don't give up, I assure you, your remedies will come. These methods will work. You just can't give up on it.
I would 100% agree. It's coming for all of us, but we had to go through all the stuff, even if it's not like directly related to what we're doing right now or the final process. It is all connected, and we needed to learn each one of the things that we've learned. It all played a very crucial role.
Hi, Starcy. What was those 2 tribal forms that we get from the post
I
office?
do have a question for someone in the comments because I do need to know how to get my own post office box. I know there's a way to get it at no additional cost. If anybody could just send me some information or DM me, I'd greatly appreciate that. I don't have all the answers, but I do appreciate any assistance provided.
So there's a form. It's like, what is it? Not rural carrier, but Greta.
4232.
Thank you.
Yep, that's for rules, and it is rural delivery. No parcel being left. So basically, it's you're taking your route, your routing number for your account for your house out of the jurisdiction of the military, and you're putting it into basically, what is it? Our land master. That's how I call them. That's our land master. So, and you put everything there to the post office box. But that's that 4232 form.
Yeah, and that's where you got to put yourself on land is basically what you're doing. And you're also, whenever you do that, you are placing the post office as a third party to your estate. And they almost like act not as guardian because they don't have that, but they protect you pretty much.
Starcy, what was those 2 tribal forms again?
Well, you have to do your charter and you have to create your constitution. But I mean, I do agree that it shouldn't be like differences of like, it's supposed to be like your family, like you set it up with your family estate. It's not supposed to be like, oh, this is my tribe and we don't like your tribe. And I mean, that's human nature and it's going to happen. You can't prevent it. But I do agree that it shouldn't be like a I don't know. It should just be love and fucking good vibes and peace
Right.
and shit for a while. Like let's enjoy life.
Right, and that's why you got to take out the tribe out of it, because once you take the tribe out of it, we just gonna be one people. You hear what I mean? Or even if you have 9 different people step together to make one thing happen, which is remembering ourselves and remembering our purpose, so we could live accordingly to our memories, because we
I'm telling
are
you, when Terrence Howard said, "Don't forget, don't forget, don't forget," that shit hit me in my gut. I was like,
right,
"Oh my gosh!" Like,
right.
I
I didn't even listen to him, but it's from I was a baby. I was remembering a lot of things, and I realized that remembering is a power, is a superpower, because when you can remember some stuff from when you're one, and if you reach couple of years like 45 or 50 or whatever, that's a lot of memory right there. And if you can remember and you utilize it in this now, you gotta know yourself. It's gonna easy for you to know yourself, because then you never really remember yourself because you was a younger version. But if you was like a 1 year old and you're confident, like you could have seen it, like, oh, this 1 year old, he don't even play much, he like a big man. Yeah, I mean, so those beings been here before. Like I've been here before, and I continue being here within the now, because I had to figure out where I was from, and because I figure out where I was from, the jurisdiction that I have, you know, Babylon can't reach to it, because I'm in the galactic planes within the now. Because now is within the galaxy. Now is everywhere. If you go into the galaxy, the now is traveling with you. So now is always here, unless you're not conscious of this now anymore. You get what I mean? So if you know how to structure your thing right, then you becomes a being of this now, because there's only way to put it is NOW, and it's everywhere. So you don't even gotta say nothing. Just say now. We're the now people, and we're in this now. Get me? And we're making things happen, because when you could take over your straw man, and you take over that same thing they call a birth certificate, when you take that over, and becomes the administrator and the solo beneficiary of that estate, you're a captain. You could navigate, you could do your thing, but after that, then what? Because the man that make money, he don't want it. He have the machine to make it. You get what I mean? So if he got the machine to make the money, what is he doing? He trying to get me to want it, so I could be enslaved to it, because I don't have the machine. So I know I can't take it with me when I'm going to my other dimension, because I won't need it. And when I came in this dimension, I didn't bond with it. So I still don't need it, because if you have a number on your head, you have a number. That's the number that you're gonna sell out your tribe for. And that's what's been happening in the whole thing right now, where money is the real driver of everything. It's not really love no more, or it's not even trying to live or trying to survive. It's about who's gonna be the richest man, who's gonna be the richest woman. But I spoke to somebody that was lived their 9 life, and they lived to 81 years. And that person told me before they went, they said, if I could trade anything, and this I'm talking about is a millionaire. And on their, like, after they lived their 9 life, he was telling me that, yo, If I could trade anything, I would give it all up and ask for more time. Yeah, he wanted more time. I was like, what? Oh, everything you have and more time?
I guess when you become a master,
Mhm.
because you got the master and slave, once you become the master though, because if you look at the path that you have to travel to reach master, once you reach master, then you've got control over all of the stuff, the elements, the law. You have the law, land, air, and water.
No, but you're still not mastering what I'm saying, because what I'm saying is he needed more time because he never really remember himself. He make all the
Oh,
money,
okay.
everything that he was living in a life is like he was lying to himself. You get what I mean?
Okay.
So really, we right now know ourselves more than him could have ever be, because he need more time to know himself. Because all the time when him spend it was just on the riches and all of the things them, and him life fly past and him don't know nothing about himself. That's sad. You know, you with yourself every day, the whole 9 life, 81 years, and you wish you wanted more time because you don't really know yourself. So that's right there is what should give us an urge to go and try and know ourselves. And then once we know ourselves, we know our limitation. Now, remember, say, black and white is the color of law. It's all them write with. You have to have a white paper and a black ink so you can see what they're talking about. That's the way the Greek used to do what they do. But we come out of the Greek way and we don't give their money no power. Because my city, we don't use money.
You there?
I don't know what's going on.
I don't either. But
Yeah, because you see the documents and the money, they're the same thing. They're docs. You get what I mean? So once you're natural, you're a person of the now, the only thing you must be claiming is the now and the people them of this now. If you hear somebody say, oh, we're in today, that's not our way. Because today never happened. Now always happen. You get me? The time that they're running off is an illusion. Them gone in 60 seconds when everything happened in 9. You know? So after this life is 8 more realms of traveling to remembering ourselves. So this one is a physical one. So that's why they're trying to give you physical money, wealth, for you to feel like this world is worth crying for or want to be here. You get what I mean? It's a way to trick you into what like this is your first life. So after this life, you're going to have another life because there's no such thing as death, because death is final. And beings don't work like that. We are the conscious beings that have 9 consciousness.
well, I
Not
really just believe. I believe that we don't ever die. I believe that we're eternal beings, like that we always have existed and we always will exist. There is no beginning and there is no end. It just is. It simply just is. It all happens all at once. It just. I think that we, throughout our lives, we go through these moments where we don't make it and we just start all over again. Sometimes you start over as a baby and sometimes you just wake back up in your bed the next day and don't even realize what happened.
right. Our old person that them whole life fly past them and them don't really know themselves. So, right now it's very important because a lot of people get program like the new robot that they're giving people to live it in their house, right? There's a program, AI program. So the same program been fed to us, which is the human being, we don't remember themselves. In order for this trick and this antidote or this magic work on you, you gotta be one that don't remember themselves. So you gonna take anything anybody bring to you. You're gonna be like, oh yeah, you African. Oh no, you're Ethiopian. Oh no, you're this, you're that, you're this or nothing. You're still not saying what you are and where you're from. You get me? So once we start to say, yeah, we're from a mother, our father, our parents, and the now, that's the connection, because they can't stop that. All them are gonna stop we. When everybody come from them mother and father, and we living at the now. So what? So now allow me make me don't need money, because it's not money make me build my house. When I build my house, is the strength of me and the village build the house. We not use money. But some of the people, them would be like, damn, so how you get the rock, how you get the block? We make it everything from scratch. You never heard of that? Yeah. You got that out there. You got people who know how to make everything from scratch from the beginning of time, which was the now.
We come from the word. We come from the vibration of the waves,
The
these are
woman,
vibrating
the
rods of
woman,
light.
the womb and the man, the woman. So the woman and the man come together and hear that snake, the phoenix, will wrap around each other and then bring forth
Phoenix?
the life. Yeah. Cause when time a man and woman got together, the highest bird that we are gonna fly. You get me? So the phoenix, that's how the phoenix making on. Phoenix is not just a woman or a man. It's the two of them together make a phoenix. Man and woman join together, work together, get the phoenix. You never know that?
Well, no, Phoenix has been coming up a lot in my world the last little bit. Like, I found out that my great grandmother was a Phoenix, and like that was her last name. And I don't know, it's just come up a lot the last few days.
Right. Yeah, man. It's very in the know. It come up. You see, when you start associate things with the now, then it makes sense, because everyone can relate. You know, because the thing is, when we fight against each other, that's when the end of this now are gonna happen. You get what I mean? Because when man and woman fight against each other, one would be to be superior. That's why you have the phoenix, them work together, one family, but in everything, you have to listen. You have to listen and you have to make sense of it. Like me have 9 consciousness. So when time you ask me something, you're not just asking one consciousness. You're asking 9 beings this at the same time. And I'm allowing 9 of them to process what you're saying and then give you the right answer. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if you allow somebody to describe your abilities, like tell you like basically you got 5 cents and you're gonna ask them where's the other 4. You get what I mean? So if you say I got 5 cents alone, where's the other 4? Why you hiding it? You get what I mean? Why you trying to give me less? Like, is 9 days or is it 7 days? Where's the other 2? Is it 7 chakras or is it 9 chakras? Where's the other 2? You get what I mean? So it's a lot of things them give you, but them not give the fullness. But them give just enough for kind of, like me remember myself, but at one time I didn't remember myself. So
I think there's 12
Yeah,
chakras.
the cat was like a Siamese seal. It was like a silent Siamese-ish, but it had like a tabby Siamese.
Mm-hmm.
What? I think these are so interesting. These words that I'm putting back here and on the back. It's got to do with the periodic table of elements and how the words in it was like Hebrew or Greek maybe.
Yeah, but that's like the Greek and the Romans them, because the English language that we're speaking in right now, that language is a spell, you know, and because they were the ones that tried to decipher what our people were saying on the pyramids, they came up with their own language. So Zeus is the
Well,
head of.
this goes back to the Egyptian. This is actually it translated from like Egyptian. The numbers did so.
Right, but
The
what I'm saying is that the translation is where it got messed up, because these Greek people were doing the translation and the Romans, they were telling lies. They were taking the truth and mixing it up. So
like King Henry, he left the first queen, and Queen Elizabeth was illegitimate. Like that was never actually his wife because he was never divorced from his other wife officially, and I don't know. It's crazy though because they weren't even. What question do you have down there, Copper? Well, you gotta. It's not just some forms that you print out. You have to build your trust. You have to structure it and make sure that you've got all the things. You need to protect yourself. That your estate. You're ultimately what I'm learning is we become our own nation. But like, I do agree with it shouldn't be like a me or you thing, but you do want to create your trust to protect yourself, protect your stuff, and then after that you have to. There's what's known as self-determination, and you have the right to claim indigenous if you so choose to, and you can determine that for yourself by conveying like the birth certificate or the social security card, something. Because,
may, may I ask you a question pertaining to that?
Yeah.
So, do you have a trust where you are? So basically, my understanding of what a trust is when, like, you know, the child basically birth, and the trust between the government and the parents that this child was going to be protected. Is it that kind of trust, and will have a account and so forth?
The way I see it is I was born entrusted to be able to precipitate like precious metals. And therefore I'm covered, like my kid is covered. I'm entrusted with that. That's why I think whenever they said in, like, you know how on the money it says in gold we trust or in God we trust, I think it actually was supposed to say in gold, but it like dialect and shit fucked it up.
Yeah, no, it actually had all the elements, because God, if you break it down, God, G is for gold.
Well,
Gold,
G could be,
G,
yeah.
yeah, G is for gold,
Oil,
O is
diamond.
for oil, and D is for the dollars.
Diamonds too. You can do diamonds.
Yeah,
That's the
the
crystals.
dollars is what running the world right now. Why run the
But
world?
that's just the paper
Dollars.
though. That's the land. But the
But that's what
crystals,
they
that's
used to
your
take the
eyes.
land. That's what they used to take the land. They take the gold, they take the oil, and they take the dollars. But really, as I said, the land, if the land can be bought, right, that means it's a robbery anyway. You know, if you can buy a piece of land because somebody leaves some money for you. You don't know how the money come by. You got
Where do
30.
you think the real property comes from? You know, the patents and stuff that we get to claim on whenever you finally learn how to get to that point and to get to the other side where the route is to get there. You know, we get to claim patent rights. We get to do all kinds of cool stuff. And we don't learn that because nobody teaches it. But when you get to claim the patent rights on the minerals because, like I said, you actually poop gold and they are making $4 quadrillion a yearly. That's what they've been doing to us, is like literally taking our waste and making more than our debt for the nation.
Right, no, because what happened is when the birth certificate, how you became a trust, is because they made you in a trust because they had to have a way to pay off these debts. And the only way the people them would accept it if it come with somebody, like a body behind it. You get what I mean? So when they take your name and they put it on the Wall Street and they betting on it if you're gonna live or you're gonna be unalive. Because that's how they bet it. And if you still around and they collecting the money. They collecting the money. And if you're not here and whatnot, they collecting that money too because they bet you're not gonna be here. You get what I mean? So that part of that thing is where you gotta draw the line and know that, hey, this money thing is a corruption thing. You get what I mean? Because
Right, but
if they
right
could
now
just
we
come and
still got
take
to
your
operate
land, if they could come and just take your land right
with
now,
fiat, even if it's not. It's all fucked. Like
yeah,
I was talking
they
about
got the
earlier on in the
military.
live, I was saying
Every
how the silver is the Morgan silver dollars specifically. They have so much meaning. They are so important in this entire thing because, well, just to start out with, this isn't why they're so important, but the Morgan silver dollars, which is payment for all debts, public and private. Whenever you look at where they found the silver to mint them, they found those in land that was taken from the indigenous people. Whenever they did the what was it? It wasn't the reorganization. It was the other. There was another act that they did that was connected to the Snyder Act, and because they took all of their land and they took everything and they promised them to pay Morgan silver dollars actually from the land that they took from them. They promised to pay them these silver dollars. Well, guess what? It's just as soon as the ink dried on the contract or whatever it was with them, they said, "No, never mind, just joking." So every single one of these Morgan silver dollars, that is a debt that was never paid. So all of that money, it's not even money, but all of that is owed to us. It's not even. No, it is because they took it and fucked us forever. But the Morgan silver dollars, they had a treaty I forget what it was, but 100 years after they stopped minting them, they had to start reminting them. So in 2021, that's when they just started reminting them. That's why you're going to see a surge of Morgan silver dollars. But don't forget, that's all debts that are owed to us. They're powerful. And okay, so what was the other questions? I've got some people down here in the comments who had a bunch of questions, and so the missing piece, it was that you get registered through the post office, and the post office is a separate branch off of everything else. They hold all the land titles, deeds, patents. Nobody can really own land. We know that. However, we can all have rights to it and have a place to live and have a home. And no, it wasn't the Organic Act. It was, I'll think of it here in just a second. you have a lot of old Morgan silver dollars pre 1933. They minted them from like, I think it was 1874 or something to 1921, 22. If they're real, those are worth a lot. What I mean by registered is you organize your estate, your tribe, your whatever you are going to call it, and you go through the post office and tell them that you want to be recognized, but you have to set it up, get your government, because whenever we become indigenous, we get that status, we are self-governing, and so you have to have that structured out and stuff, all the things, have your trust set up. You get to claim, the post office holds your master trust, they hold that master file.
So you're saying, other than the post office, right? You have the FedEx, you
Oh no,
got
no, only the post
DHL,
office.
you got no. I'm just saying you have other places that does the same verification. Is
No.
not, huh?
No, you don't.
So what's UPS? If you're sending something through UPS and you want it to be certified,
You can do that, but that's not the same thing. They don't hold your file, like they don't hold all the land and files. They don't create zip codes. They don't create postal
so you're
routes.
saying the Postmaster General, that's who does that. But who is
No,
he
we create
working?
our own postal routes.
All right. So who is the Postmaster General working for?
Me, I'm the Postmaster General and I work for me.
Right. So this post office that you go, you are your own Postmaster General.
Yes,
So you're reporting to the Queen?
I am the queen.
No, the Queen of England, Europe.
No, I don't have to report to the Queen of England.
Because that's where that come from. That's for them thing.
I do know, I know that it's from England. However,
Mm.
I'm the private side. So they've got their stuff. And that was all created for us too, because
Nah, that's a part of the colonial system.
we got to be a part of the colonial system right now, because otherwise
Nah,
we're all going to drown. I've got 5 kids.
you better
I
to
don't have
drown.
time to
You
play
better to
like
drown
fiat isn't
with
important right
standing
now.
for something than falling for anything, sister. You
Oh, I'm
gotta have
not falling for
morals.
anything. I'm very particular about the route that I walk.
No,
I
but what I'm
walk
saying is, if you're gonna help, if you're gonna try and help, you gotta do it the right way. You can't just be misleading,
How am I misleading anything?
because you're saying the Postmaster General and you are the Postmaster General, but you're using the post office that it was designed by the Queen of England. That's some European thing.
Look, I don't have time right now. Maybe here in a minute I will. I don't have time right now to break off and create my whole, like this whole own place that accepts new currency, or that we just, everybody lives off the land and we do our own thing. Like, I don't have time for that right now. I have kids I have to take care of. So I'm doing what I can to figure this out. The process that I'm telling people, I'm not misleading anyone, because this actually, it does work. It does get relief. It does grant protection. It is exactly what I'm saying it is. I'm not misleading anyone. If you have a
Listen,
different route that you want to travel, that is perfectly fine and up to you. But
no. Listen, what we're talking about first, let me tell you this. Right now, I'm gonna show you this, right? It's called UCC1/308. So for those who didn't hear it, UCC1/308.
that still got to do with the crown.
Okay, so that's dealing with maritime, not the land. They come in here on boats. Everything is a corporate thing. There's not nothing personal. So that's what I'm trying to show you. They commercing. That's how the money come in. It's not coming through the postmaster
But this is
general.
just a hat over here. Like this is like my puppet. I'm not that's not
No,
me. That's not who I am. This
I
is
know.
my puppet over here so I can get my shit done so I can stop fucking living a hellish life when we're supposed to enjoy this shit. Like
Right, but it's what I was saying earlier. The man who make money, he don't want it, sister. He got the machine to make it. So you gotta ask yourself, if he got the machine to make all the money in the world to make him the richest man, why he don't do it? Why you want to make it go out with the brinks, take it to these cashiers, which are banks, and distribute it to the people? Like that's the only way to keep the game going. Don't you get it? The monopoly game mash
well,
up
here's the
if
thing,
you don't
because
have no money.
you're
Because
hold
right
on,
now,
because there's a way bigger thing to what I'm saying than what I'm able to get out. So the post office isn't I'm not it's not just the post office. They don't just deliver mail. No, is linked to every bit of our world because where is all of our records stored that they tell us that we have to keep? How do we convey currency? Through paper, right? How do we the court is held on what? The paper. Checks, paper. History books, paper. All of these things are held on paper. Nothing has value. Essentially, they took away all the silver and gold, like the actual currency. They took away the value in that and made it only this paper. That is the only value, basically. And why do we have railroads? Why do we have roads for the post office? That's also, interestingly, why we have electricity and water. All of those things came because of the mail. And yes, it did originate. Actually, it didn't originate in England. That was later on because the post office has been established since the 1200s. They have been around longer than anything. So it is the original, because, the crown, that's us. When we wake up and we realize the whole time that we were the crown, then it's okay to pay the taxes to the crown because we are the crown. So we are putting money into the community fund. We're not even doing it. It automatically happens. It's just the community fund because it's there. It always will be and it always has been. We create the currency, but the gold and the silver, you got the railroad. It's built with electricity. It pushes the currency, the electricity. It closes the gap. When we get our post office box and we get the electrification and we turn that on, the currency now has a pass through and we're not missing it. When we do that, when we get that electrification and when we do all of the things, it's not about money and it's not about the post office. It is spiritual more than anything. This goes all the way back to the beginning, which, like I said, there is no beginning and there is no end. So it just always was.
I have a question for you, Starseed. I did a little bit of studying into that tribal stuff, and what I found out is that we either are supposed to fall under our father, and then or our husband. Are you doing this through your husband's, the tribe through your husband, or
I'm just doing it I have a tribal EIN that I did a while back, and I'm using that because to be federally recognized, all you have to do is have a EIN. The moment they issue the EIN, you become federally recognized as a tribe. However, I don't even know if I can or not. I'm not sure, but I'm going to look into just a private kind of thing. I don't know. But
that's why I kind of veered off of the tribe stuff, because I was like, well, my father's deceased and I'm not married, so
it's self-determination, sis. You decide if you are. You just use like your birth certificate, you transfer the title through the post office, use the accept of DOD real property.
I'm sorry, you cut out there for a second.
Sorry, it's transfer and acceptance of DOD real property through the post office, and then you put that in your trust there at the post office. You've changed the title. I would send it through the mail and use the stamps because you're paying the gold and silver and you're conveying the title.
So you said transfer and acceptance through the DOD?
Mm-hmm.
And you do that?
Well, not through the DOD. Transfer and acceptance of DOD real property through the post office or the USPS.
Okay.
Okay, so you're saying once you pay your fair share, then you're a part of the club of the Postmaster General? Is that count? As I
It's
said,
prosperity. It's called prosperity. It's not a club. It's just prosperity. You get to be a part of the community trust fund. You get to live off the land and enjoy living.
but that's what we're doing anyway, because I
No,
know
I'm
how
not.
to
I'm not enjoying
discharge.
it.
I
I'm not
know
having
how
a
to
good time.
discharge the
No, I'm
debt.
straight up not having a good time. This is not fun. I'm not enjoying it. I am good to people. I don't do anything to harm anyone. I am always worried more about others than myself. No, I'm good. And I am not having a good time right now. No part of it. The world around us right now is toxic. If we don't start doing something to get better, like
I agree with you. No, I agree with you. But I think like when you're giving, all right, first of all, are you an attorney?
huh?
Are you an attorney? Are you
I'm
giving
attorney in fact,
are you giving legal advice? I didn't hear you. Yeah. So if you're not a member of a bar association, when you're telling people this, you can be, first, it would be in a different settings. You know what I'm saying? And
I'm a notary public.
that doesn't mean you are an attorney of law.
It means I am a juror and I am.
You just took an oath to be that. Anybody could do that. You take an oath to do that. And, it's very strict. You can't mess it up.
I actually do have an oath. I'm getting ready to be federally recognized as a notary. So through the Navy, yes, a notary is higher than the judge, and 3 notaries come together and they become the highest person. Like they have the most status.
My goodness, I thought he was trying to trap you into saying you were here to give legal advice, but this is for entertainment purposes. Do your own diligence.
And I'm not giving anybody legal advice. I'm not an attorney by any means. I'm a notary. That is it. I'm not telling you what to do. I am explaining the process that I am going down. I'm just sharing what I've learned.
Hey,
Yes.
I've got my Black Saw Dictionary sitting here, and I just thought I'd share with you what it actually means for an attorney. In fact,
Thank you.
it says a private attorney authorized by another to act in his place and stead, either for some particular purpose as to do a particular act, or for the transaction of business in general, not of a legal character. This authority is conferred by an instrument in writing called a letter of attorney, or more commonly a power of attorney. See, power of attorney. So there you go, honey. That guy just trying to trick you. But my Black Saw dictionary is sitting on my coffee table. I heard y'all, so I thought I'd share that with you.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't saying I was an attorney. I said attorney in fact sui juris. I said exactly
Yeah, I
what.
heard. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That guy just was, I don't know.
I know exactly what I know my status. Like, it felt like no answer that I was giving was.
You remember when the Sadducees, Pharisees, and all that kept coming up trying to trick our brother that came?
Mm-hmm.
It ain't no different. It don't change. Their playbook don't change. But anyway, I just wanted to help you out a little bit.
Thanks. I mean, I know whenever I talk about this stuff, I don't just like hear somebody else talk about it and then start talking about it. Like,
I know you've been studying. I listen to you a lot.
I go down. I know. I see you. I see who is usually in the chats and stuff. Like, I see who sits there for hours with me and just listens to my rambling on.
Hey, it takes all of us.
It absolutely does, because like
we're all parts of the body.
But when we figure, like, I'm really starting to understand the part that we've been missing. I truly, truly feel that. Like, everything we've already learned that the post office is kind of the head bitch in charge around here. Like, and
I gotta find a copy of that manual somewhere. Because every time I go up there to talk to them,
well, there's the problem. We have to do the process on our own.
Yeah.
So anytime we are using their assistance, we're showing our incapability to not be able to manage our estate on our own. So we have to be able to do that. So what I do is I either send a letter, or if I don't send a letter, I email them at that MSSC.
I don't know what the MSSC.
It's Mailing and Shipping Solution Center, but it's MSSC at USPS.gov. I'll put it in the comments. And that is how I feel like the
All right,
email is for the private side and the phone is for the public.
The what's for the public?
Like if you call the post office, then you get you don't ever get anybody that actually can help you.
Right. MSSC at, what'd you tell me? So I'm writing it.
I put it in the comments.
Okay. I'll look for it.
Yeah, because anytime that we are using their services, so I think that even means on the phone, like if we can't fill the form out and do the things on our own, then we are not ready to do the things.
Right. But every time I hit a little bump in the road, I'm like, okay, I'll go study more. No problem.
Which I was going to ask you, do you have the meter at your house to do your own postage stamps?
I do.
Okay, cool.
No, that's still foreign to me.
Yeah, I got that, and I've had a lot happen over the last couple weeks.
Does that mean you could do the registered mail ones too? You got the little stampy thing?
The things that go all the way around the envelope, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're doing good then.
Yeah, I got the little Pitty Bows printer.
I'm not seeing your.
Somebody else said that too. I wonder if they hit it. TikTok doesn't like my lives.
Yeah, they don't like a lot of us's. I don't go live. I'm still scared. Can you repeat it without getting in trouble, Reckon?
Yeah, it's is in
Uh-huh.
Martha,
Gotcha.
S is in Sam, S is
Uh-huh.
in Sam, C is in cat,
Uh-huh.
at USPS.gov.
Okay. Appreciate it. I got it wrote down now.
And I have a
Yeah, I want
Telegram
to.
group that's got mostly everything in it.
Yeah, what is your Telegram group? Because
It's the
I
same
think I looked
thing.
for you on there. I couldn't find it.
It's
Okay.
I had it private. It's a private group, but I think it's like public right now. The only reason I made it private in the beginning was because people trying to
Mess with you.
yeah, I've
I
had
got you.
people like threaten to come to my house and crazy stuff.
I just had to go get my little 22, my favorite one, back from the Popo earlier today. Do you know if they take the stuff without a warrant or anything, you still got to take a proof of purchase with you to pick it back up? And it was on a traffic stop, and I wasn't even operating in commerce.
Well, I got arrested twice in like a week.
I knew you did that once, and you said your husband was still in there.
Yeah, he is. But
Is he
I
still
was
in there
gonna answer
now?
this comment down here. Yeah, he's still in there now. So I don't just drop anybody out when criticism starts because I don't know everything. And
Right.
I don't want to go around like I know everything. And so I'm always open to learn. I'm always open to listen and to, hear what they have to say. I don't want to be the one that's like, oh, well, you don't agree with me, so you can't be in here to talk, because that takes
I
away
feel
the
you.
whole thing that I'm
I feel
and
you.
and I do agree with a lot of what he said. And,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of people haven't been doing this process and they're starting brand new. And I'm sorry, but look at all the hard work that we all had to do to get to this point. Because there's a lot of people who, whenever they saw my video and heard what I said about what to do, I guarantee you there's probably thousands of people that have just done that. Because whenever you've done all the work and you're there, then that's all it takes. You're fucking there. Like, oh shit, that's
Yeah.
what I gotta do.
I've got to redo my ESs and Vs, I think, because I sent mine overnight
You're
instead
still
of just the
thinking
green
wrong.
card.
You're still thinking wrong. Well, now, I'm not trying to be like, I'm not telling you what to think or whatever, but I'm just saying that
Mm-hmm.
whenever we start operating out of the trust and we are funded through the trust, those fucking ESs and Vs don't matter because you have unlimited credit.
Right.
So fuck all of that, learning all of that stuff. Get your freedom, become
The trustee.
well, not just become the estate and become like the sovereign that you're supposed to be. We're not supposed to belong to anything or anybody. I am that I am.
Right.
I always was and I always will be. Like, that's just what we are. We were born and trusted to be able to precipitate precious metals. I've always heard that, okay, this is just entertainment and educational purposes only. This is a joke, a nightmare that I had. I heard that we were created to be able to mine the gold.
Right.
So it would make a lot of sense why we eat plants and vegetables that naturally leach the precious metals out of the ground. Then our body, when we eat them, acts as the natural system to filter basically and precipitate these metals, the whole process that it goes through for them to collect it and get $4 quadrillion yearly out of our waste that we just literally flush down the toilet and hand to
Dude,
them.
I saw that the other day. It was like a couple of weeks ago, and a video popped up about them harvesting gold from our poop. For real. And I was like, you gotta be kidding me. I was like, that's disgusting, but hey, whatever, That's a
Yeah.
trip.
And if I'm trying to help people and I'm on here talking about it and I'm telling the things, but I can't just, you have to everybody needs remedy right now, and I'm trying my very best to do what I can to give everybody remedy. I can't do these things for you. You have to do them yourself. I can't. There's so many people that need the help. The best thing that I can do is come on here and answer questions as needed. I can't. That's about the most I can do. There's so many people that need this help right now.
I
Yes,
just
the
want to be
advocates.
free first.
Do what?
I said I just want to be free first.
Well, that's how we get there. I'm telling you.
And I'm just starting. I have heard some of the stuff he's speaking of, but I'm just getting started. Like I've been in jail with no warrants, no nothing, just sitting in jail with a large ransom multiple times.
Good morning, Starseed.
Grand Rising.
I have a quick question for you.
Sure.
Yeah, I was just I've learned a couple different administrative processes, but I'm so interested to seeing how, you know, how to learn from you. What would you recommend to start start
You have a
the
trust?
administrative process? Not yet. No, not
I
yet.
would recommend starting out with getting you a trust set up and reading the postal manual.
Postal man. Okay, let me write.
Now, does it have to be that 1952 post office manual, or is it anyone?
No, it can be anyone, but I would go all the way back. I would way before 1952. You just want the UPUs. The UPU has a lot in it. On my Telegram, I have a lot. You can do an irrevocable or a revocable. I have I have a revocable living trust, but I also have other things. But for right now, if you're just starting, revocable is fine.
Revocable is fine. Okay. And you said office manual, correct?
Yes.
Post office manual. Okay. Sounds good. I appreciate that. Anything else before I let you enjoy the rest of your day here?
I would just make sure you study up on trust law and get your
Okay.
trust structured properly.
Okay.
And then after you get your trust set up, you want to convey all the titles, like to your, if you got a vehicle, a house, whatever, land, you want to convey all that to
Right.
your trust because we want everything protected.
Maximum protection.
Mine's actually in an estate, but because that's an estate, that's my state of being, my state of mind. That's me, my
Right.
post, my home. Yes, it's
Okay.
all up to you on how you want to operate it. Like, there's different ways that you can do this and you can structure it.
Okay. Sounds good. I really appreciate that.
But I recommend doing research. Don't just take somebody's process, because if you do that, you're not going to know how to operate it. Because I can
Yeah.
hold your hand all day long, but at the end of the day, if you don't know how to operate it, how do you teach your kids how to operate it? How do you keep this going? How do we preserve this knowledge? How do we continue
Exactly.
to make sure that it's a generational thing?
Yeah. I at least like to kind of get a know-how of the basic, steps and processes that are in place, and then right now I'm like, doing the research, doing the digging around, trying to interpret it into my own words, what I'm reading. So I 100% agree with what you're saying. Thank you, Starseed.
Absolutely. Does anybody else have any questions?
What do you exactly do if somebody has hit your trust that's not supposed to hit your trust?
Well, you need to do, what is it, a UCC? I don't know. I don't do all that. Like, that's that starts to get in with taxes and all that. It doesn't even matter at this point. You gonna waste your time getting upset over what they took, or are you just gonna go on ahead and enjoy the rest of what you got, because you got way more? I mean, like I said, it's unlimited. We create it. It is. It just is. You're gonna waste your time. We get so much time here, which, I mean, that's unlimited too, but that's beside the point. Why waste time being upset when we can spend those minutes, hours being happy, enjoying life? Go be on the beach or take our kids to fucking the park or whatever, but we don't have to be trapped in worrying about what was taken. Like, it doesn't matter anymore. I choose to start over. I choose to start fresh and just go on with my life.
True.
I mean, that's just my opinion. I don't care anymore. Who cares? It doesn't hurt me. I was hurt, but it was all for a purpose. It was so that I could grow strong and be a fortress, fucking able to withstand anything. It's all part of the process, but I don't care, because it's not even like I would ever in 5 lifetimes be able to spend what's coming.
True that. I just want to help my kids and
The best way you help your
let
kids
them
is
help their kids too.
best way you can help them is to preserve the knowledge. What if one day we were all woke up and everything was gone? Like, all we had was everything that we had learned. What if that's all that we got to keep, because all the paper was gone and it was just left with what we know?
True that. That fucking sucks.
I mean,
Hey,
it's
Starcy.
true. We've
I have one more
lost
question for you.
connection. We don't know where we come from, and I agree with that. We don't know where we come from anymore, but I do. I do feel like I know where I come from. I know, actually, no, not I feel. I know where I come from. I come from all of it. I come from the sound,
Well,
the
I mean,
vibration, the energy, the atoms, all of it. But you can't have the dark without the light. Therefore, it was necessary.
Hey, Starseed.
Yes.
Can I bring up a point really quick?
Yeah, hold on. Whoever's drilling, you keep like drilling and it's really loud, and I try to mute you, but can you please make sure you're muted when you're doing that? I apologize. Thank you.
Okay, Starseed, you know what happened in Asheville, North Carolina, with all the lithium underneath the floor of that city or town, right?
Where it blew? No, I don't know. No, I was thinking of that lady's house who had that optic Google fiber or whatever, it caught on fire. But no, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, in Asheville, North Carolina, where the Hurricane Helen hit, they had found a lot of lithium underneath the floor of that town or city, right? And they displaced a lot of those residents, even their children, right, or their offsprings. My thoughts were, because they do not want them to rebuild anymore. Is that lithium? I mean, can they claim some type of ownership if they are a resident there of that lithium, or no?
I mean, all that, essentially, whenever you go through the postal process that I'm talking about, the patent for the land would be held there, and you would get exactly the mineral rights.
Yes.
Yeah, but you have to go through the post office, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because they already put a $90 billion, they already have a project out right now where they're claiming $90 billion. But my take on it is why they're recovering right now. They are, I think it's almost like a threshold or a clause where it's like a 3, 6, 9, 30, 90 days, 30, 60, or 90 days, where they have to hold I guess the contract of the $90 billion, I guess what the lithium is worth to pull the lithium out. But my take on it is, can those residents claim that? Like claim some type of ownership, not all of it, but something. I mean, they have some kind of part in it.
Once they've removed themselves from the corporation, right now all they are is a corporate entity.
Yes.
They don't have any rights.
Yeah.
So I know that you can do assumed name. Well, you can also assume a property. So you take that property address and you pay the $50 and assume it. So if they try to do anything with it, they're gonna have to pay you out.
But we got to preserve our land. That's like been one of the biggest battles, because it all started out over, it was one place here and one place there, but then slowly, the people whose land this, not that it belonged to people, please don't come at me, people, but the people who were here long before England came over here, they got ran out of their homes that had been there for thousands of years, and it was all taken over, and they were pushed off into no, they had three places, that's it. There's other small tribes around, but there's three that are, I'm thinking of just one tribe. Anyways, but they've taken all the land and made them federal, or what are they, national parks, or what are they, protected lands and whatnot, and nobody can own it. But it all started because of that.
But don't our ancestors have ownership to that lithium? Because that lithium always been there, right?
But you got to hear me. If they don't put themselves in the status to have the rights to it, they don't have anything.
Well, how do they do that though? I mean, is it the trust or I mean,
Well, you get the trust. That's the first part of it. You get the account through the post office. After you get all that set up, you transfer title. So you do a transfer and acceptance of DOD real property through the postal service, through the mail, because you need silver and you need mail. You need to mail something to convey title, which is why you will never, ever, ever receive a title for something, or you can't convey title without mailing it first. You have to claim back what was always ours, which is that we come from the land. We don't belong to anything or anyone. We are because I am and I exist. And I inherently have rights because I do exist, and because I'm taking a breath and I'm speaking, and the breath is hitting my vocal cords, and it is causing me to create these sounds coming out of my mouth because I am. Because when we speak, quasi-crystals come out of our mouth and create reality. Whether we speak it in our heads or whether we actually physically audibly make the sound, we are. But our words are powerful. Our thoughts are powerful. Everything that has ever existed started as a thought. So you go back to claiming just exactly that. That's why they have the self-determination. That's why you can transfer the title of everything over to, the living person, and you use the postal service, the one that was here the longest, because when you wake up and you understand that you are the kings and queens, we are the royalty, and the crown is just a community trust fund. It belongs to all of us. But going after all of these other processes is just a waste of time, because there's more than enough when you get over there on the other side. That's where all the actual help is. Frequency, vibration, energy. Yes.
Thank you, Starseed.
Absolutely.
I just felt so sorry for those people that was over there and got displaced, and it's still a mess over there, you know?
Well,
And I'm like, there's
everybody needs
something
to
we
wake
can
up.
do.
Everybody
Yeah.
needs to put their children within their trust, because that's what you're supposed to do within the first few days after you have your child. They need to be immediately put in the trust. If you don't do it, that's when they register your birth certificate. That's when all that happens. Whenever your parents don't put you in that trust quickly enough.
So how do you take your kids off the birth certificate and claim them on your trust?
Well, you can't take them off the birth certificate. You just transfer the birth certificate. You transfer that into the trust, and your children become beneficiaries of the trust. And when you do that, you move them out of that jurisdiction. However, they aren't playing by the rules right now, so you have to move yourself over to the private side and do, like I was talking about, the tribal.
Oh, okay. I mean, I have 2 different tribes of Indian.
It
So
doesn't matter. There's self-determination. We are all.
we're all a tribe, though. I mean, part of a tribe.
Hold on, let me get my Black's Law.
Land.
Ooh, I've got this really old dictionary. It's a Webster's, but it's the New World of American Language.
Well, it's all biblical, it's spiritual, pretty much.
Absolutely, it's all spiritual.
I mean, because I studied law for 2 years, and it's everything they do is evil. Everything.
Hey, Starseed.
Yeah.
Hey, do you by any chance have any mentorship or anything like that you do for just to learn a little bit quicker and whatnot?
I don't have anything set up specifically to do anything. I don't like doing taking money from people or anything, but whenever I start doing stuff like that, it becomes so overwhelming that it's like there's no time for anything else. I couldn't do it without taking money. So I just usually don't do that, because I like to share what I know and give it freely.
I gotcha. I understand. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be really cool to learn something like a fast track, you know what I mean? But yeah.
I mean, I do plan on putting quite a few videos out over the next few days. I do have some videos on YouTube. My name on all the platforms is the same on every platform. I've got many videos on my TikTok as well.
Okay.
I do recommend that everybody gets a family Bible and starts keeping record through the family Bible. We do know that the Bible is one thing that is respected, and what is in there is law. And plus, we lost touch with our heritage when we stopped having family Bibles. We stopped knowing who we were. We didn't have that to look, back and see. it's super important that we have those. I'm actually working on a contract with the post office to start making family Bibles, personalized family Bibles for people. And because I don't really know too many companies that do that. Maybe I don't look for them. I don't know.
The only Bible that I found that had the pages in there blanks that you could write in your big family events or whatever was the Geneva Bible pre 1590 or something like that. And actually I have it right here. It's the 1560 Bible that actually has pages in there where you could write all your family events, marriages, births, and all that stuff. But yeah, most Bibles do not have those blank pages in there, and I'm sure it was by design.
Oh, I'm absolutely sure of it.
I have a family Holy Bible.
That's good.
My mom gave me, so
Keep it. Don't let that go, because they came around and they were confiscating people's family Bibles. So if like you ever go through a house, a lot of people are buying like old properties. If you ever find one, that was everything. And I just want to share, I didn't realize this, but indigo. So you know how there's a lot of indigo children that are within this movement and stuff. Indigo means Indian. And there's Indian bread made from cornmeal. So cornbread was originally Indian bread. Indian corn, a kind of grain that grows in kernels on large ears. Indian Empire, a former federation in India, which included British India and a number of dependent and semi-dependent states.
that's funny that you say something about my family Bible, because I've had everything threatened to be took from me other than the clothes on my back and my family Bible.
Huh.
That was through child support. I'm like, oh, wow. But I had to figure all that stuff out. It was all make believe.
That is crazy. Indiana is a native or inhabitant.
Kentucky had a lot of tribes.
Absolutely. We got a lot of mounds.
Texas, Arizona.
Indian states and agencies, formerly a number of semi-dependent native states and agencies of India. In 1947, they became independent states or affiliated with the republics of India and Pakistan. Very interesting stuff to me, anyway. Because we've been fooled. I'm from Kentucky, and I grew up in a town that was right off the Mississippi River. Or no, it was off the Ohio River. And on the other side was Indiana. And it's actually where Daniel Boone came through, and It's very, very cool stuff. I've actually got a video where I go down to the waterfront. There was a legends of Prince Murdoch coming over here in like the 1300s. Yeah, Lewis and Clark Parkway. But Prince Murdoch, it's legend that he came through this area as well. And like 10 years ago in my hometown, they found a bag that had like pretty much disappeared. It had eroded away, of gold coins sitting in the middle of a field that looked like it had just not been touched since the day it got set down. And they were from the Murdoch era. Like, that was stuff that they would have had and authentic. Yeah, it's Brandenburg. Look up the Brandenburg stone. There's a YouTube video on it. I was thinking about making a YouTube video on it. I don't know where Hartford is. I'm like Louisville.
That's where my family's from. Louisville.
Yeah. I was born and raised here. I've lived everywhere though.
Oh yeah. Tennessee was the worst for me.
Owensboro is a very beautiful place. Burkesville, I have not. I live like more towards the Bowling Green side than Louisville side. Well, you could say I'm on Fort Knox. I found out that my family has a mountain up in the eastern part of Kentucky yesterday called Walton Mountain.
Huh. That's where I'm from though.
Where?
Well, KJ, Kentucky. You ever heard of that?
If it's like beyond
Louisville, or not Louisville, but Lexington and.
Oh yeah, I don't know that side of Kentucky. Not at all.
It's in the East Kentucky. It's above Knoxville, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
Elena, I just sent you, Amazon does have a Bible. Unfortunately, it's King James Version, but it does have all the, well, I'm just saying, if anybody wants one, they do have it with all the pages in there. The one I have is...
I just said I'm starting a business, and you're on here promoting Amazon. I thought we shopped locally, small business.
We do. Well, I'm not buying one. I'm just, because you were saying something about those pages.
About me starting my own business.
Yeah, well, good. That's awesome.
So don't go promoting the enemy here.
Yeah, I just actually was able to find a piece of leather to cover my husband's great-grandmother's Bible because it was falling apart, but it has all those pages in there. And it's bond paper.
Mm-hmm,
it was a different, that section was bond paper. The other pages are, I'm not sure what they are, but the Bible's from like 1860. But I wanted to preserve it so I could go back and start logging everything because she didn't, which is sad, but she didn't.
That is very neat. I would keep up with that. I asked my great grandma, who's 91. I was like, Grandma, where's our family Bible? And she's like, oh, I don't know where that old thing is, honey. I had it.
You had it?
No, she said Mama had it.
Oh.
So it did exist in my family. I asked my dad where our family Bible was? And he was like, I don't know. I haven't, mom had that thing. And I'm like, okay. So it's mom's job to have the family Bible.
It
Moms.
is.
It is our
Yes.
job.
Yes, ma'am.
Because everybody that I've asked about it, oh, mama had it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I told you I found it in his mom's house after she passed away in a box because it was falling apart. I was like, oh my God, I don't want to, I'm not getting rid of it. Sorry, I can't.
Oh, okay. So a tribe, in this dictionary that I've got here, it's an old one. So a tribe is one of three groups into which the Romans were originally divided. Tribe, trace, tria, three. Origin, form of base. To become. A group of persons, families, or clans descended from a common ancestor and forming together with their slaves, adopted strangers, a community. Group of this kind having recognized ancestry, specifically any of the three divisions of the ancient Romans traditionally of Latin. Any primitive or Nordic group of people of generally common ancestry possessing common leadership. Any group of people having the same occupation, habits, ideas, etc., chiefly in a derogatory sense as the tribe. Any group, class, or kind of animals, plants, etc. In stock breeding, the animals descended from the same female through the female line. A number or company of persons or animals. A family. So that's what I'm doing. Anybody have any questions?
I'm just learning. Education.
Entertainment and educational purposes only. Pineal. A pine cone. Shaped like a pine cone, designating or of a small cone-shaped body, or gained in the brain of all vertebrates having a cranium. It has no known function, but it is believed to be a sensory organ. Interesting. Yes, it does. It's the father whose estate you claim, and even the husband goes through the wife's estate, which she claims from the father. Metronomes, those are cool. A law. Clockwork device with an inverted pendulum that beats time at a rate determined by the position of a sliding weight on the pendulum. It is used especially to help a person maintain regular tempo and practicing on the. Oh. But the law? Or its mother. Just like I was saying, how the Bible, the family Bible, is the mother's responsibility. The metronome, so the way that the family functions is also the mother's job to keep the tempo. I'm just reading it. Mm. Methinks is a definition in this book. Let's see. I wonder if chakra is in here. Oh, shit. Forgot how to spell. I don't think it's in here. But I think I just saw cathode. Mm. Check. A check is a king, principal, piece in a name of chess. So a try to repulse or defeat, a trial or test, scrutiny, verification, a sudden stop, abrupt halt, any restraint or control put upon action, a person or thing that retains or controls, supervision of accuracy, efficiency, etc. The foreman kept a check on his department. Mm. So to converse is to live with, keep company with, medial form of converse. Or also, and for always. So to speak it is to make it exist always. That's why we watch our words, because when we say it, we put it out there, and then it is. Conveyancing, the business of a conveyancer drawing up deeds for transferring the ownership of real property. Y'all want to know what a conviction is? A convicting or being convicted, convincing or being convinced.
Wait, what year is that book from?
It's an old one. It is 1951.
Interesting. I would have thought it would have been older than that.
Me too, but special signs and symbols. What? Ah. This thing is huge too. Like, it's the largest dictionary that I've ever had. Ah. The sun, Sunday, the moon, Monday, new moon, first quarter. Mars is Tuesday, Mercury is Wednesday, Venus is Friday, Saturn is Saturday. Asteroids in the order of their discovery. The stars in the order of their brightness, and the Greek letter is followed by the Latin. I'm so confused. I'm sure this would be like super cool for somebody that knew about it though. Biology, annual plant, biennial plant, herbs, evergreen. Interesting stuff. The X is used in dimensions as a paper. What? I'm so confused. It says by used in dimensions as paper. It says, hold on, I'm about to show y'all this. This is interesting. But what is that word? Look at this.
Looks like claritrist. What?
I don't know. You see how large this dictionary is?
Yeah, that's like the size of the Bible I have.
Yeah, this is.
That's awesome, though. Sun, moon, planets, etc.
Yeah, but is this the actual Constitution? I'm sure it's not. Well, that was before they changed the map and everything, though, wasn't it? Or that was right after.
I'm not sure.
So I don't know where they even start to differ.
Well, that's why when you started reading it, I was like, what year is that from?
Let's see, it says, when in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with one another and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and and of equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that we are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I've got a book over here. I should like compare the two.
What's the year on the other book? That
Oh,
would.
it's like, I don't know, last year, maybe year before.
Oh,
So that's what I'm saying. I want to
yeah.
compare and
Compare
see what
the
differences there
difference.
are.
Yeah, you'll be amazed.
Oh, I know there's state constitutions as well.
It's because all the states are their own countries. Just throwing that out there, my
Well,
opinion.
we are all our own country or whatever.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Sorry, I gotta go.
Very fun. Where is it? Okay, Constitution. I got it. Yeah, that is true. That so in fractional banking, so that's that postal banking or whatever, the fractional currency that they have, which that's why they're still solvent, because gold's resonant frequency exists on all dimensions because it's the in-between spaces.
Cool.
It's BY. Ah, yeah, that's why that buy is so important. Well, I already see discrepancies. I mean, hold on. Sorry. So I was saying I was reading. I'm gonna. It's BY that they have, and that's what I've always heard. BY. Sorry about that. I guess there's a million ways to do this process, really. It's just about how you want to go about it. But I truly do feel like the claiming the indigenous status through the post office is probably the best way to go, because that's where all of your records, everything is held. This says the Constitution originally consisted of a preamble and 7 articles, and in the form of and in that form was ratified by a mint under the Constitution, a government. Okay, sorry, I skipped a whole line there. Ratified by a convention of the state, September 17th, 1787. Where's the original one then? You start by setting up your trust and reading the postal manual. And start to really understand the postal, or not the postal, but the trust laws. Absolutely. Whatever kind of, it depends on what you are trying to do. You know, everybody is different. Everybody wants something different out of having the trust. Me personally, I have a revocable living trust, and then I have an estate, and then I've got the tribe.
I don't know a lot about the tribe or how to do it. Come here, Mary.
Well, tribal, you need to go to the Friendship and Peace Treaty, or the Moroccan Friendship and Peace Treaty, and it actually goes back further than that. But what I did is I first set up I had my LLC with my DBA as my all caps name, and then I've got the withholding agent, and I've got the trust. But see, I don't think we have to do all those things. I don't think that it's that complicated. That's overcomplicating and involving other processes that maybe we don't need. Thank you. I think that it could be a lot simpler than that, because we have the right to self-determination. So we don't have to do anything special to prove that we have an ancestral past, like we are connected to the people that walked this land before us. That's what you're doing. That's what you're proving. That's the indigenous. That's what it is. That's the trick. Can you prove an ancestral connection? Maybe you got to use your driver's license or your birth certificate, but we can prove that we all come from here. And if you didn't, then take me back with you when you leave so I can get out of here too. If you found a way. So.
No, as far back as I know, this is my land.
Everything, I mean, there is no space or time. Everything just is. I don't know. We create time to compartmentalize everything and to comprehend it, but it doesn't exist. That's why whenever you're like having a good time, it feels like time speeds up, and whenever you're having to wait on something, time takes forever because we are the ones that perceive time. We make it what it is. And we've already looked up the definition to indigenous, so we know what that means now. Absolutely. It's created to bind us to the matrix. That's exactly what it is. But it's also the metronome, so I can't even say that exactly because it's the clock that keeps us ticking in harmony. Because if you know about metronomes, they built a bridge. I forget where it was now, but they didn't consider how people will sync up with each other. So when more than 150 people started walking across this bridge without thinking about it, they would all sync up their steps, and every single person on that bridge synced up their steps. It's the biorhythm. Metronomes are very cool because if you think about it, there's also corporate attunement, which is like, you sync your watches and you're attuning so you can all tap into the same knowledge, whatever I know you know now. Yeah, they can be stopped. They can, absolutely. But I mean, that's the heartbeat, the rhythm, the thing that keeps us going. Without the heartbeat, I don't know. Absolutely. The heart does. We all are connected through the rhythm. Like that's why the Schumann resonance. That's why as we increase the energy, it increases because after all, we're all one. You can go to archive.gov and get the postal manual, but I've also got it in the Telegram group. You'll just have to search it up at the top. I like to go. There's actually, so whenever it's like the philatic, something like that. I can't say the word right. The something. They actually were the first postal manual before the UPU or any of that. It was the something. The one that collects the stamps and shit. They also do research and preservation.
Bellatrix.
Something.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But yeah, that's what it was before it was the UPU, I think. And if you're really like, there's a lot of forums that I've got on my Telegram as well. I suggest looking through them and just looking at it, figuring out what they all mean before you go and start on a process. Like I said, I can hold your hand all the way through it, but at the end of the day, we're doing this so we can teach our children and so we can connect back to what makes us us. Like, you know, I think a lot of people have the wrong idea of this whole movement. They think that it's a bunch of lazy people who don't want to get up and work for themselves, and they just want to sit around and have other people pay their bills. And that's not the case at all. We want people to, if they say they're healing people, we want that to be what they're doing. We want people to say if they are giving people nutrients, that's what they are doing. We don't want to be lied to anymore and treated like trash. We know that we are the creditors. We know that we are the aboriginals of this land. Like, what? It's not that we don't want to work. It's that we don't want to go and work at a job that treats us like we are nothing to get paid out of our own money while we barely survive. That's what we're done with. And once you realize that that's exactly what's happening, you lose it. You're not going to go and do that anymore. You're just not. You'll figure out a different way.
So do you mind if I chime in? I just have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I just have a little understanding of this, but not broad enough. That's why I'm here listening to you. But so basically, like, we're our own creditors. Like, we have money owed to us because we basically have a birth certificate and we're given a social, correct?
Well, it's beyond that though, because we actually like precipitate precious metals. So when we eat like plants and vegetables, we're also, ingesting precious metals, golds and silvers. So when our waste is actually contains nanoparticles of gold and silver that is collected and used. Like, every bit of the ocean water is got nanoparticles of gold in it. Earthquakes turn water into gold. So that is why we have the credit, because it just is, because we exist, because we don't have to pay anything to breathe and live and be warm in the cold. And, all of these things, those things that are just inherently, they just are because you are.
Okay, and so does this come from, like, what? I don't know, is this, like, biblical or, like...
It's a little bit of all of it, but no, it's like, American jurisprudence books.
Mhm.
I have the Postal Forms book, and then I have an entire law library here at my house. So I don't ever just take anything for what somebody tells me or anything like that. I do my own research and I figure it out. I've been studying for a while now, and like I do show a lot of what I'm talking about. Like, if you go through my videos or go through my Telegram, there is a lot of information that like puts it all together. I don't just come on here and say a whole bunch of stuff real quick and then not get answers.
I had somebody kind of just break it down a little bit for me, which I'm sure, like, they got bits of information, and once you pass information, it kind of gets lost a little bit in translation. That's why I was asking.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and it is because of the birth certificate, but not really, because even without the birth certificate, you have the credit because you are like, I've always heard that we were put here to mine the gold. The aliens created us to mine the gold, and that's probably a far off thought for a lot of people, but I've always heard it jokingly, but I don't think it was a joke, because that's exactly what we do.
So with like us being owed like through the postal service, that's like where it all started, correct? That's what you're talking about.
Yes.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on that for me?
So the post office is the original bank. They are the only solvent bank. They are also the Supreme Court. The federal postal court is the Supreme Court. So they are also why we have roads, because they needed an easier way to convey the mail. It's also why we have railroads. And the railroads convey energy, electricity, the currency. And it's all about the paper. Because without the paper, there's no there is, because we have gold and silver. However, they have created a system that is built on paper, period, not the gold, silver, and copper.
Yeah, I like to call it like I think we live in a monopoly if you look at it the correct way, but
Well, actually, okay, so have you ever heard of the original Monopoly game?
Yeah.
the landlord game?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can put the telegram in here.
Sorry, I mean, I'm young. I'm only 25, so I'm just now like hearing about all this. So I'm just curious because I have a son and I want to make things different, and I believe a lot in the Bible's teachings. So
the Bible has a lot of basic or banking instructions. So I was getting ready to say something. Well, I think that the silver, though, we're missing the part where the silver connects all of this and it closes the circuit, because we know we need the energy and all of it to close the circuit. The umbilical cord connects the mother and the child. Ironically, whenever you do like astral projecting or things of that nature, near-death experiences, you always hear of a silver cord. And the umbilical cord, it doesn't have to be cut. It could actually stay connected and it would fall off naturally on its own. And whenever you sever the umbilical cord, you're severing the connection. And whenever you do that, you are breaking the circuit, and therefore the currency is not going to make it to you. So we have to repair the break with the silver.
And how do we do that? What do you mean by that? I'm sorry.
So with the silver, I think that I have this idea that I would give back my birth certificate, like my social security card and the driver's license. I would transfer the title. I wouldn't give it back. I would transfer title and all rights, titles, interest, all of it to my to my estate. And I would attach them with the silver cord. And then I'm closing the circuit, completing the connection, and turning the electrification back on.
So what do you mean by the silver cord?
I would just find like a piece of real silver to connect the two, or three, or whatever. If it's, your whole family, I would connect them all with the silver cord. All the birth certificates, social security cards, driver's licenses, do the transfer and acceptance of DOD real property form, and move that into your estate.
Can I do that if I don't have the birth certificate to my kids?
Yeah, I mean, you can do it with whatever you have.
You can get a birth certificate for $15.
And they can't, if you're the father, like...
Well, I mean, the mother has one. I just do not.
And it is biblical. Absolutely, it
Yeah,
is.
it's biblical.
You can go down to the human like resource department, I think it is, and literally get one for $15 right there on the hand if you're the father on the birth certificate.
You know, but if you look up the meaning, the legal definition for placenta, it means cake. Why do we eat cake for our birthday? And I don't know. They've just tricked us so bad.
And to go off of that, I've heard a billion times. I've had 2 children now, and I've heard a billion times that they take your placenta after you have a baby and they sell it.
They do, well, it's worth 500,000 on the black market, but that's what they want you to think. No, I'm not going to go into all of it because I don't want to get my live shut down. But
Yeah.
that would be on the good side of things.
So it's way
Because
worse than that.
your DNA, your essence, your life force is in that silver cord. That is your everything. That is, look at the screen, look at the picture that I have up. That is everything. We go back. It's like 11 or 12. Oh, it's 12. We go back 11, and there's 12 including ours. And then once we reach the 12th strand, they keep collapsing in on themselves and starting over is what happens. Because we're not able to hold that dimension open to pass through it. The 12th dimension keeps collapsing in. Sorry, I can't talk. How are you?
I'm good. Blessed, I could say.
Huh?
I'm blessed.
Good.
So I'm in all the groups, and I'm doing all the stuff that we're going through with all this process. I just wanted to get up here and actually just be a part of it, and I know there's people that are struggling out here, that really don't know how to do this movement. And I was talking with somebody earlier, no names mentioned, but there's people out here that's been through the domestic violence trip and actually out in the world with no help, and I just want them people to know that we are actually here as a united community that will actually step aside out of ourselves and actually help the people, and that's what we are here to do. And God put us on our hearts to actually be that kind of person to reach out to people that actually reach out to us and give us the ability to let them know that we can do this all together. And it's going to take a little bit of time, but we just need to sit down and do our due diligence and learn the walk that we need to be doing. I don't like to see people hurt, and struggling. That's where I'm at with it all. All of these processes out here being, as you see in the comments with Lindsay, I know that we are here to help people and actually guide them and give them an understanding of what is actually going on.
Well, if you look up, so down here in the comments, if you look up the etymology of government, you get government. So govern is to top out, to control, to, be in control. And mint is to create, the currency.
So,
So
Star,
they
I
are.
reached out with Lindsay. I reached out with Lindsay earlier in her live. She was live earlier, and I got her number and I texted her, and we talked, and she needs the help. You know what I mean? And I'm speaking this from my heart because I'm hurt by the situation that she's in. You know what I mean?
Well, let me
And
say this real quick. If you are hurting people and you need like immediate help, why don't you get a hold of the Bureau of Indian Affairs and apply for financial assistance, emergency financial assistance?
so that's like a part I didn't understand on how to do. And
There's a form
I know that
online.
there is.
You go online, you Google BIA emergency financial assistance form or something like that, and you'll get there.
So with that emergency form, wouldn't that like be through the Food Stamps Act and all that stuff?
Yeah, it's all the helps.
Yeah, the EBT and all that. I was
Mhm.
trying to guide her through that and give her the understanding about it, but I don't know if she grasped what I was trying to like
Well, if you don't
guide
go
her
to the
in
right
doing.
place, you're not getting the right thing because it's not at the Department of Community-Based Services office. If you go there, you're going to get same thing you always get. Shit. If
Yeah.
anytime you take their benefit, you lose out on the reward.
So getting the guidance and the help from what? So we have to go through our Indian tribe, or what are you saying on that Indian side
I'm
for?
saying that anybody has the right to claim the benefits, and all you have to do is establish and claim that you are sovereign and that you are from the land. You have ancestral ties. It's not a hard, don't overcomplicate it. Don't sit here and overthink it like everybody does all of these things because it's simple. It's not some complicated process that you have to spend years learning. However, you do need to understand it so we can continue to teach our children so we don't wind up back here.
Right. So getting them benefits is we just put the letter into
Anytime you
place.
take their benefit, you lose the reward.
So making it a letter of instructions, or
You go through the proper place. Because whenever you are no longer getting benefits because you are getting what is rightfully owed to you, it's not a benefit because it is yours. It's just yours. So, like it's everyone's. And whenever it stops being a benefit, something you have to pay for,
yeah, rights, titles, and interests is all owed to us.
as long as you have some way to convey who you are, any license, birth certificate, anything like that, you are showing lineage. Because like the guy was talking about earlier, you are from your mother and your father. Therefore, you have lineage. We have went around in circles all around this. If you look up the immigration and the actual foundational meanings to immigration, it is indigenous. We've been tricked. The Morgan silver dollar was created from the land that was taken from the natives they were promised these Morgan silver dollars for payment for the land that was taken from them. And then just as soon as the ink dried on that, they said, nope, never mind. That's where Indian giver came from. Now all of these Morgan silver dollars that have been created, they are a debt owed.
Yep.
They are all debts that have not been paid. And it's time for us to reclaim them.
It's time to be paid.
And it's not about finances. It's about closing the circuit to get the connection back to the ether, back to the land, back to all of it. They have, and they have completely made us forget who we are. And as long as people are still okay with this stuff happening, it's going to continue to happen. But I'm not okay with it, and I'm not going to stop talking. I'm going to continue to raise awareness and make people understand what is happening right now in this world. I'll keep sharing my story, and I'll keep being as genuine and everything as I always have been. I will share the processes, the good and the bad. Y'all have seen it all over the last year. They don't know that they're slaves on their own land, but we as a collective can make it known. And if they choose not to open their eyes, then that's not my problem. I can't do anything for those that don't have eyes that see or ears that hear. I can't stress myself trying to change and make someone else something that I need them to be. So, yep. And, you know, I can break it down and make it comprehensible where it actually makes sense to people, because a lot of the shit in these books doesn't fucking make sense. And if you don't really know this stuff and you just read over it, it doesn't click. It does help to have somebody kind of break it down for you like you're a toddler. Like, that's what I had to do. I had to have somebody do that for me when I started this. The ability to be able to break things down and analyze and figure out what the actual meaning. Sometimes it takes me a year or a month or a week. It just depends on, to figure out what is actually being said or what is meant. You see these LexisNexis books, they get me. I'm so confused sometimes. I'm like, what in the fuck? Yeah, it does. And sometimes people literally will say one word and it'll be like, oh my gosh, you just put something together for me that I have been pondering on for millennia. It's the meetings of the minds. We have to.
You and Leah do that a lot when I come over here. Leah especially, she's like totally blunt with it all. It's kind of crazy how she's moving. It's weird.
I love it.
I love it too. It's kind of awesome. You know, it just brings out the integrity in us a little bit. And it's like, what these guys are doing is totally sus. What the hell?
That's why everybody should join Tanawal's movement. Even though we're doing the tribal, we need to come together as one on this one case and make it evident that we are all tired of it. What was that you said? I said we are all sick and tired of it. I said it's time for us to all come together. There's one case. We're a month out. Submit the affidavit so we can go into the Supreme Court with millions of affidavits against these courts to prove.
That was a Tanawal, you said?
Tanawal, yeah.
That's in the Telegram group?
Yeah, the information is in there.
How may I open this?
What?
I'm not opening this thing.
You want to open this?
Yeah, you gotta play with me.
I gotta play.
But I don't know. When we come together on these lives, we are having meetings of the minds. We are essentially having town halls. If we constructed them as though they were town halls, that's exactly what they could be. Because they can be public. We can plan these things in our towns and we can stream them, and we can literally have meetings of the minds, guys, and we can make our voices heard, because if we are not saying anything, then we are no better than them. This is like a really good opportunity for everyone to come together under one nation. We are, I am, whatever you want to call it. If you know that it's all connected and it's all spiritual, and I don't know. I really do think that if we put the pressure on the Supreme Court, showing them that America is no longer that we are no longer asleep, that we are not just going to sit by and let them continue, and that we want accountability as a whole, as a collective. We make them hear us. Until we stand up and do that, it's going to continue.
Yeah, we have to come together and face them.
But we do it respectfully, in good faith and honor. We don't, none of this like arguing and fighting and none of that. We come in peace. We don't want any more war. We are done with that. We want the peace treaty. We want easements, right of passage.
What is owed?
It's time for prosperity, and I don't even, whatever happened, it happened. I don't live there. I'm here right now. So if we don't stand up for ourselves, then why do we expect anybody else to do it? If we can't speak for ourselves and say, hey, I don't like being treated like that. It's not right. And I want you to fix it, because that's the right thing to do. That's the world we should be moving towards. The movement we should be backing. Everybody wants to sit here and pick everything apart. Guys, I have read the cases that Tanawal has been involved in. I have seen credentials, and I didn't just take it from him. I went and I deep dived on the internet. You can find some shit on some people, okay? And I'm not saying there ain't no, I don't know everything about the man or anything, but I can see the cases he's been involved in, and he does this. He went to school for it. He studied for it. This was his thing. Constitutional law, like, we've all learned enough that we don't just listen to what somebody tells us. We do our own research. We're not going into this with the same eyes and the same ears that we started this with.
I agree. You do have to do a lot of your own research.
I mean, if not, we end up right back where we are.
And I learned mine from constitutional and law, and
but when we speak, like I said, we have quasi crystals that form with our words. that fall out of our mouth. And that is how our reality is created, by our thoughts and our words. Because whenever you have that internal monologue going in your head, it perceives that as somebody else's voice, and it still, you manifest that shit, whether here or on another plane, you create it. So we create good, because I'm not going to spend my days worried about what somebody else did in the past. I'm just going to go and then fucking enjoy the rest of this shit. Go take hikes, go check out the Moonbow, go spend a week on a private island out, not where the creepy sea monsters are or anything, but like in a cool place. It's like, never mind. You know what? Never mind. I don't want to be by the water. But cool stuff. Depends, because I'm not going to the mountains around where I live. I might go to like Colorado. That'd be cool. Colorado mountains. I'm not going to the mountains around me, though. We don't go to those mountains.
Those mountains are dangerous.
Yeah, you don't go in there, like, especially
No.
if it's dark. You fucking better not. Why do you keep saying my name down there, and then I respond to you like I message you with your name in it, and you don't respond back to me? Did you not see my message or my comment? But oh, okay, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be rude. I responded to you like every time you said my name. You can request to come up if you would like, if you have a question or something. You'll have to request to come up. It's not. How are you?
Fine, fine. How you doing, Stacy?
I'm pretty good.
I'm the I'm the I'm Nathan. I'm the one that's up here in Indianapolis.
Okay.
I'm always that's my first time on a panel talking, but I've DM'd you a lot of information.
Yeah. So you're
Yeah.
interested in a lot of the information?
Oh yeah.
Are you on my Telegram?
That's what I wanted to do. I thought yeah, I wanted to get on there too.
So it's just that I have the same name on Telegram as I have on all my platforms. I've got videos of lives posted on YouTube.
And I remember one of your panels on a previous live that talked about it was a female that was on your previous panel on a live that talked about the wagering system.
The what?
Yeah, I don't know. The wagering system. You remember? I know you know her. She spoke, I think, about the wagering system.
I don't know who that was. Maybe like Sloan or Lee, or I don't know. I have a lot of people with a lot of knowledge that come on here, but
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you do. I'm pretty sure you do get a lot of. I know you do got a lot of people.
but if y'all are hearing me and what I'm saying about this process, you'll understand that you don't have to do all the other stuff. It doesn't matter. So the whole process is simple. I have templates in the Telegram all my names for my platforms are the same. It's Starseed Problems 22. I'm on Telegram and YouTube. I've got videos posted on YouTube, and I've got a lot of documents posted on Telegram.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. I've
the structure of the blank PDF for your trust that like kind of goes over the structure. I don't recommend just copying and pasting any of those forms like that. I create my own. I use them as a template to get ideas on what I'm supposed to, what are these questions? What am I answering? Like, what am I doing here?
yeah.
Um,
I think because I know you done started with your on land and with the post office, and that's where I'm trying to get to now, is getting on land. Because I think with the general postmaster,
you get on land by getting a PO box.
but yeah, but not a PO box with a key. It's a different PO box from what I'm
There's a
learning.
PO box. There's a business PO box. It's the same thing, and it does have a key.
It's a business PO box. Okay. Because I got a
'Cause it's a
personal
trust.
PO box. I got a personal PO box now. I've been had for years. But
You got
that one is still considered being on C in C if you got a personal PO box.
if it's at the post office, it is on
Yeah.
land. I don't care what kind of post office box it is. It is on land. That is considered to be on land anytime you have a post office box.
Okay. Because I know you talked about the getting the what's that? Well, for the remittance coupons. I think
The
whatever.
lockbox services.
Yeah. How do I get that?
Well, you gotta start from where I'm talking. Like, it all ties together. I promise you that the tribal stuff is part of the remittance process.
Okay.
It's the remittance process is for the immigrants. That's why you what is it, Puerto Rico and all that shit's so important, because it's for the immigrants that they're saying are coming from out of the country. But really, if you look up the original definite or like the original meanings and stuff for immigration, it's like it translates out to Indian. So, and we do come from water. Yes, we do. But right now I am on land. I am docked. I am not at sea. Whenever I came in through the birthing canal, I came in through water.
We're water and land, right?
My daughter told me that Atlantis, and I haven't forgot this. It stuck with me. I was like, "What did you just tell me?" She said it a few times. She's 4. She said, "Atlantis was in your belly," and I was like, "What?" Because the connection hasn't been severed with the umbilical cord yet, and you are in your natural habitat. You're in the water, connected to the mother. The I don't know. It makes sense. But she said it a few times. And I was like, "And what did you do?" She was like, "I looked for aliens." But I keep saying that because I'm like, I don't know what to say. Yes, you can. You can get a post office box for homeless. You absolutely can. You just have to know the right forms to fill out or the right way to fill it out. You could always do rural mail delivery or something like that. And that's where you set up your, well, it's part of one of the ways that you can go about getting all your mail and shit. Ew. I gotta get ready. Well, how's it about who you know? It's not about who you know or what you've got. It's about your connection to everything that is. Because whenever you are connected with the universe and you can flow with the universe and bend and not break and just, you know, be malleable and be strong but not break, handle pressure but not crack. Whenever you learn how to move through this thing that we're calling life in that sort of way, it's beautiful. And you master the world around you. You become the master. You are no longer the slave. And that's the whole point. But we have to know that for ourselves. Like, I can't just tell you that. You gotta learn it and know it.
I didn't define it. Some of the stuff is hard to find.
Oh, absolutely.
But
A lot of the stuff that I talk about, I've never heard anybody talk about until I talk about it.
or you did and you just didn't know what they was talking about.
No, I've never heard anybody talk about banking at the post office. Not like, I mean, I've heard of postal banking, but not anytime, not anybody anytime recent. But it's where your bill of lading is, and that's why it's important where you're wanting to go back and claim this trust and all of these things. Well, all of your information they've been playing a third party on everything to keep it safe. That's what their whole job really truly is to protect everything that really belongs to us. That's why the Supreme Court was supposed to protect us.
So even with my court stuff, I can take that through the postal service?
After you establish your sovereignty as a tribal.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. After I
Once you establish that and you have your trust set up and you are tribal, you are self-governing. And when you get the right to self-govern without state or federal interference, you are on a whole new plane. You are no longer held in this box that is consisted of 10 square miles. You are free to walk among the living.
But that'll make my civil case disappear, correct?
What do you think?
I would say so. Which I don't care. I'm just saying.
Well, if you become self-governing and you're still dealing with that case after you do that, then whose fault is that?
That'd be my fault. Because I'm my own man. So.
You're self-governing.
My own king.
You create the land, air, and water. The law.
Gold, silver. Yeah. So.
I mean, once you have worked your way through some of this, I mean, by no means I don't have it all figured out. I'm learning just like everybody else. Every day I learn more, and I'm like, damn, I didn't know shit yesterday. Like, I feel that way every day, damn near.
I just learned through studying laws how
well, me too.
I stepped
Reading
into
laws.
it. So.
And a lot of the movies were telling us, and everything has been right in front of our face the entire time.
Yeah,
But
I didn't notice.
we didn't pay attention, and now we are. And that's the beautiful thing, is that we are paying attention, and we do have an opportunity to go have our voice be heard and to let them know we're not going to do it anymore. We want either, the Constitution, friendship treaty, whatever we want fairness and justice and balance the scales,
Yeah, I'm
balance
with
the
you.
books.
We need to step to them together. I mean,
We come as one, we all come together and we let them know that we all see the fraud and we demand reversionary interest, equity. Yeah.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, stand as Postmaster General, but we can all stand as Postmaster General. Do you know how powerful that is?
See, I don't understand all that either.
Your estate is your post, your house, that's your
my
your castle
belongings.
is your estate. Everything under your castle, so everything in your family, like your whole family, goes in your on your PO box in your estate. But we are all postmaster. We're really Postmaster Generals, really. When we claim it the proper way, then we
See, I
all
just
go
don't
in
know
there.
where to go and who to.
Can you imagine? Just think if 1,000 people were Postmaster Generals and went into that courtroom for that court hearing. Not to fight. I'm not saying anything about any negative, nasty, or
Yeah.
this is a completely peaceful thing that we use our words and we talk and we have arguments and we do what we should be doing and discussing the issues, bringing it out to the light, not hiding behind it. Let's fix it. We see it's fucked up. Okay, you were wrong. Okay, cool. Now let's get past it because I don't have time to sit and dwell in the past. Let's go. It was fucked up and we can work through it and we can heal. I don't want to spend any more time on that trauma bullshit. I'm ready to go.
I just wanted to stop.
That's why if we never
That's the whole thing.
stand up.
We need to stand up and do what we're gonna do to fight.
We just have to use our words and
Bible.
if we use our words and we say, hey, I don't like you treating me like that and you can't treat me like that. You're going to fix it or you're not going to be in that position anymore because you are not doing your job.
Exactly.
And I would not
I
be
need
doing my
some help
job
with all of it.
as a notary if I saw the Constitution being broken and I didn't stand up and say something. I took an oath. Now I demand you step down.
Stand down. Fix it. Well, hopefully that's the way it's gonna go. But
And more people need to stand up and see this movement, and it's already on the
it's on file in 32 states. I think.
yes, it's going. We're doing this, and it's the
Yeah,
more
I'm
people that
following
file
him.
the
I'm with him.
affidavit.
I help support him, so for sure.
I've read the cases. Everybody should do their own research and check into it and make your own opinion. But this is something that I would like to see turn into something amazing. Has the ability to change everything for us. This is like, okay, so this is the other side of the chevron. So, okay, they've already overturned it.
Yeah.
Now it's time to find them guilty of the unconstitutional, now we have to call them out on it. They've overturned Chevron. Now it's time for us to say, hey, all right.
Well, they've already said that they wasn't going to fix it too. So
So that's how
So
it's.
that's get them out.
Well, but think about this. All we need is one judge to sign, right?
Yeah.
He's already got the writ on their desk. Like they've all had it since September of 2023. But all we need is one of them to sign and say, yes, this is not constitutional. You know, we need one. And if we put the pressure on them, because that is their job to defend the Constitution, and if their lower levels are not defending the Constitution, then it's their job to either fix it or get the fuck out.
Yeah, there you gotta
And
go.
when, especially when they have been put on notice, it's been brought to their attention. So as a nation, we have to stand up and say, hey, this is in the, this is what we are. This is
biblical.
Yeah, so we have to all come together on one thing and say, hey, if you can't do this, then we can't do this.
We, the people, are standing up.
But everybody's so scared and they don't want to do anything because they don't want to what? We are the power.
They're in fear, and they don't know how much power they really have. That's the problem. Because I try to tell a lot of people, I watch a lot of stuff, and I've learned a lot of law, and they're like, man, that's crazy. And I'm like, man, it seems crazy. But if
It's so deep.
you study it yourself, then I can give them places to go look. And they're like, man, that's just crazy. And I'm like, man, that's the truth, though. It's real. But some
What part
people
of
are
it
stuck
was-
in their way.
Where did you start waking up? What was it for you? What was like, hey, hold on. Wait a minute.
Court, studying law.
But what made you start studying law? Was there like anything where you just got in some trouble and you
No,
just
I
started waking up?
didn't even get in trouble. I was like doing what I was supposed to do, and I was still getting arrested. And it was just child support.
Oh, okay. Well, still,
But
you
I
had to
was
deal with it in some
paying
way.
more than what I was supposed to be paying, and they was wanting me. I should have done it through them, and it
Well,
was
here's
like,
the
hey,
thing.
I need the money, and I just gave it to her.
You know about Title IV, Section D of the Social Security Administration Act, correct?
Yeah.
And all the
I'm in
problems.
civil court with them right now. That's why I said, would this affect my case? Which,
No, this would affect your
realistically, I
case
don't
in a
care.
good way, maybe.
Yeah, in a good way. That's why I was saying, because and that's why I was asking, is there a way I can get her birth certificate so that I can
Yeah, if you're the
put
father.
her in my trust and make her mine as she is?
Well, if you're the father, you
Yeah, I
and
have more
mom.
right than the mother does.
But listen, understand and overstand that you have no more right to that child than the
Than
mother
she
does.
does.
And there is no,
Yeah.
you don't get ownership over a living
No,
being.
but
You don't.
she's using her so I can't see her.
Right, and that's not right either. I'm just saying,
Hey,
nobody gets the right to have any. You don't own anybody. We don't own people. People
No.
aren't property.
and they don't even talk to her mom right in court. And I got to where I was like, I would talk crazy. I knew their position. I knew what they was, who they was. I knew they had no right. So I started standing up and speaking out. And it was like a circus in there. I could say what I wanted and turn around and walk out, and I didn't have to worry about anything.
Court is held on paper.
Yeah, exactly. And if there's no judge, then what is it? There has to be a judge on the case. Can't be a magistrate. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
To put you in jail, it takes a judge. It can't be a magistrate. They don't have the power. And as far as realistically a judge, there hasn't been a judge signed into office since like late 1786 or something. If I'm not mistaken, it might have been 1784.
I don't think there's been any judges since.
Yeah, I mean, we the
Ever.
people are the judges as
You can't-
far as I'm concerned.
I think it was 1789, brother.
1789. Okay. Yeah,
And whenever last time there's been a known judge on the stand, right now, which we have here in these court systems, is fraudulent administrators.
correct. Correct.
Right.
They work for the
Right.
business.
They're private banks.
Yeah, exactly. They're a business, so which means they have nothing over you. I mean, yeah, they can still put you in jail and make you pay a
No,
large sum.
you say it for what matter? For what matter?
But look,
Well,
you can,
oh,
if
I
you
know.
don't have the proper overstanding of that and you don't know how to properly enforce it, it don't matter. You are gone. If they want
Oh,
to
yeah,
take you to jail, you're gone.
they'll take you. Yeah,
Okay, yes,
you can
but
make them pay for it, but they will take you.
Look,
but a
I'm
warrant,
very,
yeah, but that also opens up the door for a lawsuit, and
Oh,
also
yeah,
give
yeah.
but you're
grounds
not,
that also give grounds for a habeas corpus to actually be released.
yes,
Is
but they're
how
not
you.
honoring that shit. They're not doing it. I
They're
know
not
law.
honoring.
I've studied this shit for years. I have
Yeah,
more law books than I
they
know what
won't
to
honor.
do with. I have done the things. I have done the things.
Okay, let me ask you a question, sister. Have you ever filed on them as far as holding them according to their the treaties?
Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah, there's
the
you can
Moroccan
hold
Treaty.
them in any violation because anything that that administrator make a decision on, and it is in contrary to the Constitution. He violates, and is notwithstanding. And that is Shear versus Zajac.
Look, I have
It's
filed.
like, huh?
I have filed some of the greatest documents I've ever read, and nothing. Silent.
Have you contacted the attorney general? Have you contacted the attorney general?
Yes,
Did you involve the attorney general and his oath of
yes,
office, his allegiance
yes.
to the Constitution,
I've
and
pulled their
his
bonds.
honor? Huh?
90. I've done
I
the
have
OF
and
90s, OF 91, the 20 or 14 14, the 14 16, 14 18. I have done the.
Okay, did you hold? Just asking questions. Did you hold them accountable for 18 USC 241 242?
I
You got
don't
to go to
remember.
civil court. You,
Huh?
I
you
can't
gotta go. You
remember.
gotta take them to court. That's what I'm in the process of doing now, is taking them to court. Everybody's been addressed, including the mayor, because child support's by state. So you got to do the mayor, the governor,
Are you dealing with child
the
support?
Senate. Oh yeah,
Well,
yeah.
you
I've been
need to
battling them for
get my
years.
information. Get my information, and I will give you actually the document to actually discharge child support
I,
unconstitutional.
I've sent it in twice with no response.
Okay,
Yeah,
let me ask you a question. It was in the form of affidavit. You have no accountable for the due process of the law, and that this
yeah,
proceeding and this
yeah.
matter, this whole contract in which you assume the living man, not the corporate fiction, is responsible for this matter. See, when you get your status and you
Well,
extend
here's the
on a
thing,
different,
though.
huh?
The contract's not even valid in the first place
Right.
Yeah,
because it said they have to give
Right.
you full disclosure, and whenever they don't give you full disclosure of the implications of signing the birth certificate and the
But
ramifications.
right, but if you don't put them on notice of your nationality change and that your status change, they're going to assume on the assumption that you are responding to the all cap name. So you're actually going there and you're telling them that's you.
exactly.
Now
Well, I was.
you are contracting with them.
Yeah, I was.
You are not the corporate fiction. If you have not corrected that status, you have not did your UCC 1 filing. If you have not went and did your private bond, registered bond, and everything to Puerto Rico.
I haven't done the bonding
I've
yet.
done all the things. I am a notary. I am a minister. I am a postmaster. I come in there with a very high status and standing. I do not come low.
So you don't.
Yeah,
So you do.
they
So you
still
got.
don't follow orders.
So you do have your UCC 1 filing, your Puerto Rico. You
I
did.
have my UCC, my non-UCC. I have my secured party. I have my tribal government. I have. I come in a very high position.
And you mean tell me that you have a matter that they pay no attention to?
My husband's locked up right now.
I've been locked
I've
up
filed a writ.
multiple times.
I've filed civil case. I've filed civil charges. I've filed the writ, tort. I have done the things.
Did you do the quanto? The quanto? I'm trying to think of it.
The quit deed. Because I did that too. And it was over an illegal stop because they ran my plates at the gas station. And that's illegal to do because I didn't break the law. There was no crime committed. Therefore, there was no injured party. So I got arrested for, what was it? Obscuring governmental operations. That was my charges. By what authority? They didn't have any. I even had a pocket full of Morgan silver dollars that is payment for all debts, public and private, and they said, we're not doing that. That should have been an instant out of there.
Yeah, fired, dismissed. Yeah, they don't follow orders, I promise. Not right now, they're not.
And like I said, I know, like I've done a lot of studying and I don't know everything, but I have put myself with a pretty decent standing where I don't come in there like at the bottom level.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. They still do what they do. They get paid. So.
Why are we paying them then?
Exactly. Why am I paying you? And I didn't know. But child support, they give 64 cents to the dollar to the state. I'm like, I wonder why she ain't getting what I'm giving you. And I pay her, owning my own business, I pay her once a year.
They match everything so whatever the state awards the parent, the federal government pays the state that.
Yeah, I mean, yes, automatically.
Yeah.
Regardless. Or they're supposed to. They don't, but they're supposed to.
No, they do. They pay it to the state because your child is a ward of the state. The moment you leave that umbilical cord and placenta at the hospital, because the placenta is the all caps name that they are claiming to be you, the non-alive entity. That's who the straw man is. Meet him.
Yeah, I don't know. They're trying to lock me up. They're tapping my phone, some more shit. So. Well, I mean, not really tapping it, but checking me for location. They have to be. There's no other way.
Anyways.
Yeah, I get it. I'm with you. I promise you, I've been through hell too. I just want it to end and want it to be right. That's my whole thing is I want it to be right or be gone if it can't be right.
Well, we got to change our thinking too.
Yeah. Well, yeah, a lot of people. I know I still got a lot I can learn. A whole lot.
We've all got to learn.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. We all got a lot to learn. That is the purpose of certain people. They connecting together and they're communicating and they're building something there. Where that way, if one person don't know this, the other person do. Yeah. But the worst thing is to bring too many people into the equation. If we have people that of knowledge know how to research, if someone have an issue and some we got a group of people that know how to study the law, how to research the law, how to get these things that will assist the whole family and
But
moving
you know
forward
what that
against these.
person who doesn't know how to get that information on their own might know how to do? They might know how to build a house, or they might know how to run electricity, or they might know how to do plumbing, or they might know how to. We
Listen,
I
all
love
play a
the way
role.
yeah,
you
I
said
love
that.
the way you brought that in here. I love the way you brought that in here, sister.
Yes.
If we all came together and worked as a cohesive one, and nobody was like, I need more than you, because we knew we all had what we needed, nobody would steal, because why would you go and steal something that you couldn't, like, you already
Everybody
have
got
everything
you.
you need. You can't sell
Yeah.
it and make money off of it. There would be no point.
Right. But you know the crazy part about it is because in actuality, the reason they can't be done is because we still under systematic slavery, divide and conquer.
Well, till we wake up. Till
Because we allow
everybody
it.
wake up.
Because we don't stand up as a whole and say, oh, what the fuck are we doing? I don't think so.
Right.
That's
You know,
all it
that's the
is.
only part. It's the divide and
You're
conquer.
right.
Mentally, they got us in a position where they got us divided as a people. Because we
Yeah.
the
I don't
people
think
is the
so.
law. We the people is the law, not them.
We're coming
Exactly.
together again. We're coming back to our
Well,
roots.
we are. We are. It's coming, and they
We're
know
I
it's
know. I
seeing.
coming.
see it. I see it. You're right. It's
They
coming
know it's
along
coming.
slowly but surely.
Because you know what brings us together more than anything? That connection, knowing that we're all connected. Like, we are all
Yeah, we
family.
are.
I don't care what color you are. I don't care
Yeah.
what you look like. I don't care who
Yeah.
you love.
Yeah. Race don't matter. Nothing matter. They know that.
Is
You know, that's
how
where.
beautiful would the world be if we all had our basic human necessities met? If that just wasn't something that people had to go through, if that part was taken care of, and then if somebody needed time for them because they weren't having good mental health and they needed to go and sit on a beach for 3 months and do nothing but sit on the beach, we let them, because they're going to come back and they are going to do their part, because eventually we all do our part. We all have our special places.
But that
We're
would put
all,
the government out of business, and we got to
Yeah,
let
you
them
know,
out of
that's
business.
who we want out of business. That's who we want
The
out of business.
government's out of business. Tell them
Ain't
you're out
that
of
who we
business.
want? Ain't that who we want out of business? The government.
Yeah. We don't want it. We are the government.
Yeah, that's what I
We
was.
don't
That's
need
what I
that
just said
government.
earlier. We the people are the law. We the people
Yeah.
are the government,
From the
and
beginning.
they are moving up under false pretenses that they are the government, that they are the control, that they are who they are.
Well, they like their water god, though. The God speaks of two that are very bad. He wasn't just Satan or whoever you want to call him. There was another one that was just as bad in the sea. They follow him as well. They follow both of those guys. In law is what I found.
I found corruption, and I found,
Oh, yeah, everywhere.
but I found that we just have to come back and claim what's ours.
But yeah, it might be painful, but we're gonna have to. Yeah, we're gonna have to take it.
Mm-hmm.
Claim it and let them know, hey, we're not selling any other way. It'll happen. It's just gonna take some time.
Why? We can have it done in a month if everybody would come together.
That's true. Well, I'm down, so I'm already in the part of it. So I just got to claim it.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you share the screen on this thing?
I don't know if you can or not, but I actually have to hop off here. I have an appointment today.
Okay.
And TikTok will violate me if I drive in TikTok. So,
Okay. So, okay, I'll come back in. I did
yeah, I'll
follow
be back
you.
on later on tonight, probably around like 9,
Okay,
9
I'll
10
come
o'clock.
back in because I would like to share some information with you and the brother, everyone, because I think knowledge is the key, and everybody share what they have, in order for us to move forward as a nation, as a people.
Yes.
So you could go ahead. Y'all take care. I'll be back in.
All right. You all have a great day.
You too, Starseed.
Bye, guys.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.